and today we are discussing, is it rational to believe that level is horizontal and believe that the Earth is a globe? So, good morning, welcome. Today we have, discussing this topic, we have Bebby. He has a PhD and a qualification in theology. He used to be a teacher. He is a published writer and is on his third book, which tackles rationality and so forth.
I'm thinking we can leave it here because we have a definition of level as meaning. Its very meaning is a level plane. A level surface is a horizontal surface. So it's entirely rational. In fact, it would be irrational to disbelieve that level was horizontal under that definition. We have the proposition the Earth is a globe, which you said means global. The Earth is global. The Earth is the Earth, which is also under that meaning rational to believe. It's analytically true under that definition. So we're all agreed. I can go, yeah? There's something intermediate between the Earth as a globe and level as horizontal. And that's the question of whether all verticals are parallel. The question is, are all verticals parallel? Is that implied by the proposition all level surfaces are horizontal surfaces? In fact, simplified, is it rational to believe that the Earth is a globe, i.e. spherical, and believe that all verticals are parallel? Yeah, our house, we recently had some plans produced, but they in no way match the actual shape of the house because it's 200 years old. And there are no level and no perpendicular sort of parts of our house at all.
You don't understand.
All verticals are parallel.
You don't understand.
All verticals are parallel.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
But there's also a connection between the common belief that the Earth is a globe, i.e. the Earth is a sphere, and the belief about verticals, because if you look, anyone who looks at a globe, i.e. something that represents the spherical shape of the Earth, must surely be recognizing that a vertical in one place cannot be parallel to a vertical in another place. So, excuse me, the question is it rational to believe the first two propositions we talked about, level is horizontal and the Earth is spherical, and also believe that all verticals are parallel? All perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel to one another, from which it logically and geometrically follows that the plane, from which it logically and geometrically follows,
You don't understand.
all verticals are parallel.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
I said it was irrational to believe both. That is all. It is irrational to believe that the Earth is a globe, i.e. spherical in shape or approximately spherical. I've said this about the fifth time. And to believe that level is horizontal.
I would agree with that, yes. It is irrational.
So if you believe that level is horizontal and you're a rational being, you'll disbelieve that the Earth is spherical in shape, correct?
What if you could prove that level is horizontal?
If you can prove that level is horizontal,
Yes.
then you can prove that the Earth is not a globe, or is not spherical in shape.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to get to. And if you can prove that the Earth, contrary-wise, you can prove that the Earth is a globe, you can prove that level is not
You
horizontal,
don't understand.
from which it logically and geometrically follows
You don't understand.
all verticals are parallel.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
That the Earth
You
is
just
spherical.
don't.
I.e., it cannot both be true that level is horizontal and that the Earth is spherical in shape. That was all I wanted to establish, that those two propositions are not consistent with each other. They cannot both be true.
No worries.
They cannot both be true.
You're just on your own. No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
They cannot both be true.
You're just on your own.
Yeah, so
It can't be done. No one can model it. I will pay money if someone actually successfully models this in CAD with a ball and the two logos above it that matches the elevation profiles that have been given by LIGO.
But for those people that
Let's
have
watch it.
level being
Let's watch it.
horizontal and they live on the globe, like in reality, those people like me that have a reality globe and level is horizontal, are you saying that I'm irrational? Because I don't consider myself as being irrational.
No, did I say you were irrational? I just said that it was irrational to believe both of those propositions could be both true at the same time.
Yeah, that's
That's
why
all.
I don't sphericalize my reality. I don't see a need to.
Yeah, there's probably no point continuing because we are totally agreed on this. And with Mike, I hope that those two propositions, that level is horizontal and that the Earth is a globe, i.e. spherical in shape, those propositions can't both be true. One of them has to be true. If one is true, the other is false. And if the other is true, the one is false. That's all. That's all I wanted to talk about.
That's great, isn't it?
Yeah, we are agreed. Equipotential means vertical everywhere.
Yes.
And you then have the question of whether all such verticals are parallel to one another or not. That's the question. And then you have to reconcile that to the proposition the Earth is a globe.
Are all
I think-
perpendiculars
I think you
to
can-
a horizontal line? Are they parallel?
All perpendiculars to a horizontal line, i.e. a horizontal plane surface, yes, are parallel. The question
Now,
is
are
whether
all of the right angles to an equipotential surface, are they all parallel?
well, that's the question. That is precisely the question
You don't understand.
of whether equipotential surface
You
means
don't understand.
of whether equipotential surface means
It's
horizontal.
not my problem
Why, you got
if
it.
you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Of whether equipotential surface means horizontal surface. Why, you've got it. Let's tidy that up. Equipotential surface is one where every perpendicular to that surface at that point is a vertical, right? That does not necessarily imply that all verticals are parallel, does it? But, let me finish here. If you believe that the Earth is a globe, you have a conception of vertical at any point on that globe, that sphere, then you cannot believe that all verticals are parallel. Anyone who believes that the Earth is a globe, a sphere, must believe that no verticals are parallel at all.
You don't understand.
No verticals are parallel at all.
You don't understand.
No verticals are parallel at all.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Dogmatically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand that, but let's not go there.
Well, because everything that you know about it is dogmatic, right? That's why we call it the dogmatic globe. You don't actually have any proof. And the dogmatic globe is the one that's telling you that it's not rational to believe that level is horizontal. Depends on which side of the thing you are. Is it rational to believe that level's horizontal? Yep.
Is it rational to believe that all verticals are parallel?
Yeah. I bet if you went out there and asked 99% of the people, they'd say, yeah, of course not.
All verticals are parallel.
Yeah. Why
Then
do you
how
think
can
it's
they
not
call-
rational to believe that all verticals are
You
parallel?
don't understand.
But then how can they hold that thought in their minds with the thought that the parallel? They're looking at a model of the globe.
It's not my problem if you don't want
I don't think that they do. They don't relate it to reality, do they?
Don't interrupt. Let me finish. They are looking at globe model.
no reason, no logic, no wisdom, no
Let me
words
looking at globe model.
You're just on your own. No reason, no logic, no answers to questions. You're just on your own.
They are looking at globe model.
That vertical lines in a vertical plane are perpendicular to a horizontal plane and thus parallel to each other.
Correct.
Make a comment.
The robot. The robots will figure it out.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is Free for All Friday. You know, come on in, do whatever you want. The guys were just having a chat. I bet they're gonna shut up now, aren't they?
Well, no, actually, sorry,
Go on,
I
carry
just
on,
want to
go on,
say,
go on.
I just want to say that at one point, I was like seriously considering just having like a tiny little part of my little finger cryogenically preserved because they reckon they'll be able to recreate, don't they, in the future?
You get like a toenail or
Cloning.
something like that. Could you be like genetically reproduced from your toenails clippings?
Well, why not?
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Absolutely.
But anyway, and then I grew up and realized what a silly idea that would be.
Well, actually, a lot of rich people are, well, they're not doing that, but they're doing the cryogenic thing, freezing their bodies, freezing their brains, in the hopes of in the future they'll find the treatment for whatever cancer, whatever they're suffering, and reanimate them and cure them.
Brain would be a good one, wouldn't it? Just to, you know, suddenly find yourself awake again in a new body.
Yeah, like Disney with his head, right? Like we were saying before. Imagine he wakes up, I don't know, 100 years from now with a robotic body, but his brain, or maybe a biological body.
Hang
A
on,
clone.
this is sounding like RoboCop.
Yeah.
It's already been done.
Can I just add something?
Mm-hmm.
Do we think the soul lives in the brain?
The soul.
Yeah, you got one, right?
Well, my foot.
You would have to define to me what a soul is first.
It's a fish, isn't it?
Your spirit.
And what is my spirit?
Okay. I don't have the time for this. Sorry, I was just trying to ask you. So you don't believe in souls?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
That's why I wanted some clarity.
I'll let it go then.
Oh no, I feel really bad now.
I'll ask Rob something. Can you have a soul without a body?
No.
Okay, that was quick. Wow.
Unless you are an angel.
Unless what?
Unless you are, or until you are an angel.
Yeah.
An angle?
Not angle. Angel.
No, you did say it correctly.
There you go.
Well, think of this. You're rich. You have everything. You have money, power, boats, houses, planes. What can you not buy? What can your money not buy? The one thing your money cannot buy. Life.
Eternal
Longer life. Yeah.
Eternal.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Extending your life. Yeah.
But why would anybody want that? When they when they stop and really think about it, why
You're gonna
would you
want to
want
die
it?
at some point.
It's just the natural
No, you will
progression.
want. You die at some point.
Yeah.
Well, you
Surely.
still have that
Well,
option.
I find that odd.
Well, you would be happy to live forever.
I believe
That's a
I
good
will.
question.
He's going to mend a lot of cars.
Well, eventually he'll own the shop. He'll buy it off his boss, and he'll just, enjoy life. Just hire people, and he'll live forever. He'll be cruising, and when he gets fed up, he'll unplug. Yeah. That's been the
Working on a motor right
lifelong.
now.
Was that an engine you're working on now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So one day you buy the shop, you're the boss, you have internal life, and you buy a boat, you cruise the high seas.
So, come on, tell me, what are the pros of eternal life?
Well, the pros are, well, not internal, but I'm sure people have, you have some regrets in your life, some stuff you haven't done, some stuff you want to do, right? But you're so busy making money that by the time you make the money, you're now 60, 70 years old, right? What are you going to, how can you don't have much time to enjoy. So you extend your life
But
and you enjoy.
if you extend your life from like 80, you're still 80.
Yeah, but how about if you can get a 20-year-old body?
Whoa, now this is getting weird.
But
Well, that's what these people are going. Emma, from the beginning of, well, not the beginning, go from back to Newton's age, right? When they were doing alchemy, they were searching for the uh, eternal life. Go back to ancient times when they were looking for the pool of another pool of life, right? That what they call it? Uh, they say if you swim in this water, you'll extend your life and all this. That's been the dream. And now the rich, right? That's been the richest dream forever. I
you
mean,
mean
you have so much money. You
Shangri-La?
have billions and billions of dollars, right? You don't want to die at 70 or at 65 of cancer. I mean, come on. You want to go on, right?
But what about
Am I a good salesman or not?
no? But what about like
How much are they buying?
I'm not rich.
Come on. How much
Yeah.
is a body these days? If I'm selling,
Uh-oh,
how much are they going for?
you might not want to say this live.
No, I won't.
No, it's not a creepy thing. We're talking about, genetic stuff, right? We're not talking about killing anybody and taking his body. Let's be clear here, which they would probably do if they could. But yeah, there's no Frankenstein stuff that. But their goal now is with this Tesla, doesn't he talk about it? Plug in your brain, right? Plug directly into a computer. That's the next step coming. I mean, he has already a working model from what I hear.
Yeah,
They're
but that's
testing
not
it.
going to be. It's not going to be you, though, is it?
Well, if you can download your brain,
They don't. Right. They
is it?
don't even understand half of our brain yet to know that. So
Yeah, we're talking.
downloading it,
Yeah, we're not
downloading it
talking.
would just be like a computer, and like an AI version generated of yourself. That can be done now.
Yeah, we're not talking about like tomorrow, right? We're talking in the future what they want to achieve, right? Like the Disneys, right? The people that are frozen, right? This is what they're hoping. They're hoping one day that, for example, Disney, right? He's going to need a body. So it's either going to be a robot with his brain. Of course, this is now we're just dreaming in Technicolor, right? But that's what these people, that's what they want. That's their ideal thing.
How much does it cost? I bet it's expensive.
I'm not sure. Good question. But I know there are such places that people are
Is
frozen.
it? Do you pay by the week?
Do you pay by the kilowatt hour? Yeah, they called it, what did they call it? The Philosopher's Stone.
Philosophical
Alchemists.
stone, yeah. Philosophical stone. Yes. So,
Yeah.
The elixir of life.
but
Yep.
originally, philosophical stone was to convert everything into gold, to have money. They wanted money, in fact. So
Yeah, they wanted to change other metals into priceless metals like gold, silver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, to have money and to have power. Yes. So they were just greedy. They called themselves alchemists.
Yep. Alchemy. That's right. Yep. But the ultimate goal of alchemy was the Philosopher's Stone, which was to grant eternal life. That's been man's dream, the richest dream, because that's the only thing that you can have. Money can't buy you that. You have a
You
number,
think that's what
a
it is,
heartbeat.
though? Does that really
Yeah.
make sense that the Philosopher's Stone is for everlasting life?
That's what they say. I don't know.
I
don't know.
I'm not sure.
No,
That doesn't
I
make
heard
sense
only
to me.
about.
I don't agree with it. Definitely don't
Yeah.
agree with it. But that is
Yeah,
what
I'm
they
not
say.
saying I believe it. Yeah.
I've heard only about changing metals into gold, or just elements into gold, because I think that that would be this Francis Bacon ruling the nature, or controlling the nature. So
Mm.
they thought that if they can change one element into other element, they would be powerful. So
Mhm.
that's their dream.
And
And
did
only
they
dream.
achieve it?
Pardon?
Did they achieve it?
No. But they maybe now they are trying to convince people, because now it is very easy to convince people to many things via pictures and media, so they can tell strange stories about that, suggesting that they have some power. They, for example, now they are convincing people that they are traveling through outer space, etc. So into Mars or Moon or whatever, which is impossible physically. But many people believe that, yes, that we were on the Moon, we have been also in Mars, whatever. So people believe that they are just miracle workers.
I think I'll have to step in for Buster if he's ever
I
listening.
I have a quick question.
Oh, go on.
Okay, no, sorry. It can wait. It can wait.
No, go
you
on.
go on.
Go on.
I just wanted to ask, where are our thoughts and memories stored? It's a free for all
That's an
Friday
easy
question.
one. That's an easy one
Oh,
in your
yeah?
brain.
How do you know that?
Well, where else could they be stored?
That memory is not a thought. So
They could be.
memory,
Sorry, they could be stored in the cloud.
yeah.
you can you can
Where's the cloud?
Same place.
Where do you think, Rob? You're a mechanic. Where do you think memory is stored?
I don't know. I think it's stored somewhere we can't get to yet, but we can access it spiritually.
Hmm. That doesn't sound right. With all due respect.
I understand.
Like me.
You and I still have a big conversation to have.
Mm-hmm. It's like me telling you, where is my, how could I put this? Where is the music stored in my car?
I don't
What
think
would-
so.
In
I
the
think
CD player.
it's like you're saying, if you've accessed it only by spirituality, if SE doesn't know what that is, then SE can't get to the soul, right? You're denying
Hang
him
on.
access to it by saying that sort of thing. It's a little
When
bit.
when you dream, you use memories though. Sometimes.
I don't dream.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's an amazing thing in its own. Yeah.
Everybody dreams. You just don't remember them.
yeah.
I would
No,
say
but
that
Rob, how can you?
Wait. But that brings me to, where are the memories stored, and why can't I access those memories?
Do you need a storage place to store the memories? Let's start that. Do you need a
Yes.
place to store
You
stuff?
need a storage place to store anything. Show me something stored that isn't stored in a place.
So that's checkmate right
Oh
there.
but if it's in containment, then it is stored. It's like within.
But it can't be spiritual, can it? If you store it somewhere.
Has to be.
Doesn't have to be stored. It could be just accessed from wherever. I mean,
From wherever.
well,
Well,
I have
I don't know.
Maybe when I
Aristotelian
have,
rules.
maybe when I have more time, I'll get more into it. I didn't really want to cut Bev off of what he was going to show.
No, this is interesting, and frankly,
I
none of us
know it
know.
is, but I don't. I got a valve cover gasket to change, and I got so much to do right now. But I love this conversation.
And we'll pick it up another time. No problem, bro.
are you there, Bev?
Yeah. Sorry about alchemy. It was, wasn't it? Yeah, we've had plenty of talks about this. It's just extracting the essence of a thing through alchemy, and then that obviously can get manipulated into things. So I think, like Buster would say, they were never trying to turn lead into gold. Some crazy people might have been doing that, you know what I mean? But that isn't the essence of what alchemy is or was, as far as
But still, it is impossible to do. You cannot. It's like a substance. You cannot extract substance of human being. You cannot extract this from body because human being is not just a substance. So it has accidentals also, like body. So our spirit is forming this form of body. I have a pure Aristotelian approach. So if someone is not with me with that, so I am okay. But Aristotelian approach, and St. Thomas Aquinas, of course, also, because he didn't change that, is that form of human being is soul, intellectual soul, and matter is body, flesh. So, and this is compound entity. So in Aristotelian view, it is compound entity, folded or compound of soul and body. And this composition makes us human beings. not only body, not only soul, but this composition. So, and I stick to that because it is more, let's say, philosophy in that, but
I'm with paper.
this is what we are. So we cannot extract, let's say, soul from body and name it human. This is somehow what Plato was struggling, because Plato thought that our body, and when he thought body, it means soul, this animal soul and body and flesh, was one thing, and our spirit was another. So our spirit, our person, is entering this body with animal soul and flesh, and this is what we are, which is illogical, of course. And from that, we can, of course, create this traveling souls from body to body, etc. This what in Hinduism is. So this is from Plato, let's say. But it cannot hold, because if we are souls, our souls or our spirit is human, and this body and flesh is also human, it means that there are two humans in one body, let's say. Or if the spirit is human and this body and flesh is not human, it means that the composition of our spirit and this body is not a human, because it cannot be. Because if only spirit is full human, so composition human with body cannot be human, because human is single thing. So there are many logical problems with that, with the Plato approach. But this was his position, that our body is just like dressing. So our soul is living in our body like people are wearing dress. So when we are living our body, our soul, it is still full human for him, which is inconsistent, but this is his approach. Aristotelian approach is completely different, as I said. So we as human beings are a composition of soul, intellectual soul, and body. And animals are composition of soul and body also, but their soul is not intellectual. That's different between us and animals.
Well, like I was saying, I think the alchemy with the related to the real thing, right? It was extracting the essence, which was the spirits of alcohol, wood. You can get spirits. You can literally extract spirits from all sorts of different things, can't you?
Not spirits. Why you call it spirits? Essence of something, but calling it spirit, strange, because
is that not what you get for the you extract the alcohol, the spirits from the thing? That's like a alchemy, right? It's chemistry.
Yes, it is, but okay, if you are using word spirit in analogical sense, then I can agree, but literally there is no spirit in stones or water or whatever else. So,
yeah, but that's what I think. I would, like I say, I'll stick up for Buster. That's what Buster would say for alchemy to actually have been like in the real place, right? It's not just messing about trying to turn lead into gold and things into other things, or you like this, you know, like extracting the spirit from the person. It's the real things that, you know, the extracting the essence of, I don't know,
Yes,
petals, flowers, smells.
I understand, but it implies, and it is in reality, that things are compositions of many things. So you can extract some thing from being, from plant. You can extract one chemical, let's say, one chemical element, let's say, from plant, and you can make cure from that. Of course, yes, but it means that all things are compound entities. So you can extract, but extracting this essence from, let's say, plant, you have to destroy that plant. So you can obtain that, but you are destroying the thing. So yes, for me, this is not alchemy. This is chemistry. Normal chemistry is doing that, extracting chemical elements from compound chemicals, let's say.
Well, it was the beginning of chemistry. A lot of people say that, and yeah, they started messing about with this kind of stuff. And who knows, they could have made Newton like they did Tesla, right? Make him into a crackpot, whatever, you know? They ascribed to him something that he didn't want ascribed to him after all. So, you know.
Maybe I didn't read Newton, his all works. I just read a bit from his Principia, and after a few pages, because I was interested only in his theory of gravity. So, and he explained that in the very first pages of his Principia. So I stopped to read him.
Well, most of his writings were religious. Most of his books, most of his writings, a lot of people are shocked to hear that, but it's true, were
Yes.
religious writings. Yeah, not scientific writings.
Yes, and he was even, I think, condemned by Anglican Church because he was anti-Trinitarian. So he didn't believe in Trinity. So he was anti-Trinitarian. Therefore, he was heretic, for generally heretic. Yes.
Does anybody else get anything else? Can't be talking about heretics. I've got a good one for you, but it's a little bit.
Well, there's a good book called The Alchemist that Buster, I'm sure, recommended to me. You can get it on audio, YouTube, but that's quite a good read or listen. It's called The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. Can't pronounce Coelho. But yeah, we'll have a listen.
What do you got, Mev? What were you saying?
You know, we were going over that thing with Blue Marble last night, because I've redone that and clipped it, because I think it's quite a good. We were going over it. There's so many little bits I'm going to clip, but going over it, Blue Marble went to proposition 29. I think there might be a problem for him. He's overstepped his bounds. And I was wondering whether anyone else could see what the massive stolen concept is. I mean, there's quite a few. Depends how many, if anybody can actually see any of them. Because I was asking last night if anybody.
Oh, I didn't hear you last night, but I'll have a look. Sorry, I'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, I was saying like last night, if anybody can see the stolen concept that we've got going on, then they should just sort of shout out. It appears that, I don't know.
All right.
For me,
How many have you found? Oh, don't you want to say? Sorry.
For me, the
See
stolen
who can count me the most.
sorry. Go on. I thought you
Sorry,
have
baby. Go on.
finished.
No, I finished. Go on. I'm done.
I can see stolen concept here because if we are talking about two parallel lines, so that would be in that case horizontal and level. And if horizontal is parallel to level, and both of them are straight lines, this theorem works perfectly. But if horizontal is straight line and level is curved, this theorem cannot work because it doesn't apply. You cannot apply this theorem to this case for straight horizontal and curved level. So it is impossible.
Yeah, good. That's one. Anyone else? Remember that Blue Marble was using this as his link to Euclid to prove I forget now, what was it he was proving? Anyone?
I also can add that it doesn't work even if level is straight line but sloping, because it works only with parallel lines. So even if level is straight but sloping from horizontal in straight line, it still cannot work. So in both cases, it cannot work.
He's measuring angles, right? Try and walk you through it. He's got two dudes measuring angles at either side, and this proposition states if a straight line fall on two parallel straight lines, it makes the alternate angles equal to one another. But that's just a normal statement, right? That a straight line crossing another straight line makes the alternate, the opposite angles equal. And he says this one, I think I've underlined this bit, and the exterior angle equal to the interior angle and opposite angle on the same side, and also the two interior angles on the same side together equal to two right angles. So that's the proposition. So can I shout out Blue Marble?
So you cannot have more than 180 degrees, because you can only have, according to that proposition, you can only have 180 degrees, two right angles.
It's both sides of it as well, isn't it? It's not just the internal angles, it's the exterior angles as well. So because he's missed the ones that are just about the parallel bits at the beginning, and he's gone to the ones that have the outside angles also equal to the interior angles.
Yeah, but if you have curved level, you cannot have that because you have different angles on one side of this curve and on other side of this curve you have different angles.
Yeah, he's sort of
So-
screwed himself over in that respect. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the one of the main like glaring errors that Blue Marble just seems ignorant of actual geometry in the proof, because he could have gone for the ones earlier that didn't have the exterior angles, but this one's added the exterior angles. Also, here's another one. Do you think this proposition 29 that says if a straight line fall on two parallel straight lines, do you think a not that could prove not parallel?
No, but Blue Marble Science is objecting here in chat.
Is he?
Paper is a moron.
Oh,
I
well, there you go.
applied
That's
proposition
rumpus,
to
that.
29 to parallel verticals, not level and horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's done a not that.
On
And he thinks doing a not that proves a not that. But really, it's just about if a straight line falls on two parallel straight lines. It says nothing about a straight line that doesn't fall upon parallel straight lines. And it doesn't say that you can make the lines that are parallel in the statement not parallel outside of the statement, right? It doesn't say that you can come up with a conclusion that they're not parallel.
Yes, but still, if he's referring to parallel verticals, sorry, but his claim is that these verticals are not parallel. Sorry.
Yeah.
So he cannot use that theorem.
No.
It still does not apply. It does not apply to horizontal and level, because horizontal straight line, level curved. So you cannot apply this proposition, and you cannot apply this proposition 29 to verticals, because these verticals in Blue Science mind is they are divergent. So he cannot use that proposition, and he's using that. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's not how geometry works, Blue. You can't just go, well, look, here's a proposition for a square, but I've drawn a triangle, so I've proved that squares aren't real. They're actually triangles. It doesn't work like that, Blue. Unfortunately for you. But I mean, nice try. But actually, the bit is that the straight line extends beyond the angle measuring device, right? So if it's going upwards, it would continue to go upwards. But that's not what Blue wants. If you turn round, it'd have to go down again, wouldn't it? On the other side, I think. But I don't know, Blue. You'll have to ask Larry. What was he doing? And who was the one that gave you proposition 29? I'll be having a word with them, making sure that they understood exactly what they're talking about. Because were you to draw it out with that, you would find that your horizontal actually curves. You've made a cone. That's just something I went over today. So yeah, everyone give Blue a round of applause for completely fucking up his actual thing. Whoever it was that gave it you, I'm guessing, Blue, it was either Larry Scott or Jesse or Jeff, but they've both done Jesse Kozlowski's fucked off. So likely, I think it was Larry Scott. But everybody knows he's mad. It's about as mad as anybody in this arena. See, that's Larry Scott that told my son that triangles have more than 180 degrees. He's also told you, Blue, that straight lines have more than 180 degrees too. You believed him. And then he gave you proposition 29 that, like paper says, it has the sum of two right angles. that doesn't have any more than 180 degrees, Blue. Like, you've used a proposition that says that both sides of the straight line passing another straight line will only have 180 degrees. And that's what you're going to have. But you've somehow ended up with more than 180 degrees, which is amazing.
If he has more than 180 degrees, it means that this proposition cannot work in his example. So he shouldn't use that. But he did.
But somebody gave it to him, right? Somebody's handed Blue Marble Science this because he doesn't know. He's never gone looking for this. Blue, you should really. Have you got an advisor? Because I'd really have a word with your advisor. You can't be doing this yourself. I wouldn't be doing this yourself, Blue. At your age, it might be dangerous. I think we've got another candidate for a nutsack. Blue, please do not nutsack yourself with this.
But this is strange. If the verticals are parallel, then proposition 29 applies. No, if horizontal, only with horizontal, but not with level, because level is curved line. But Blue Marble Science assertion is that they are not parallel. So how can you prove that they are not parallel if you have to assume them being parallel because you are using this proposition? So using that proposition assumes that they are parallel. So how Blue is going to disprove verticals being parallel using a parallel proposition? This doesn't make any sense for me.
He's stating, like, it gets better, I think. He's got, if the verticals are parallel, then proposition 29 applies. If they aren't parallel, see the fifth postulate. That's even braver, Blue. I'm not surprised. I don't know who is your advisor. Are you sure triangle axiom is the one that you want to go for? Because I haven't got 5 postulates. And just to make sure, Blue, are you talking about the triangle axiom? Remembering, Blue, that you've got more than 180 degrees. More than.
But Euclid was talking about triangles with 180.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Blue's got a few more. He's got some extras. Because
So,
Larry Scott's told him that I think triangles have more than 180 degrees. And also, by consequence, so do straight lines. In the land of the mad people. I don't think Blue realises yet.
fifth postulate, parallel postulate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It postulates parallels. Sort of says that triangles have 180 degrees in my ideas, right? But also it goes with the fact that that one states that on both sides of the line there's 180. It sort of shows, it proves the straight line has 180 or the sum of 2 right angles. Because there's no space for any more. There's only room for 2 right angles on a straight line. Because you get a perpendicular to it, don't you? In the midway.
Yes, and it means that you can make this proportion between angles only using straight lines. so it cannot work with curves.
Yeah. Which I think Blue Marble's completely forgotten about, or one of the shadow giants has forgotten to tell him, and he's just so happy to be on, Dogmatic Globe. Because Dogmatic Globe says that straight lines have to have more than 180, as well as triangles, like Larry Scott will say.
More or less. It means it depends
No, just
from
more. Just more.
which side you are looking at.
No, just more. Can't go on the inside of the 2D. Like Blue doesn't realise it.
Yeah, it
It's
can't be
quite a long
less.
way to go. You can't have less.
But if you cannot,
540. Isn't that 540 degrees?
Maximum. Yeah, but you can't have less. You can't even have 180. That'd mean like a plane surface. That'd be way out. Couldn't even have that.
Yeah.
Not even if it was really small, infinitesimal, like a microscope sort of thing. It still couldn't. Larry Scott was telling my son.
He was a guy that not came up with, but did the 540 degrees.
PhD Tony.
Where he added the 3 angles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 angles of 180 degrees. What is that, Bev? What is 3 times 180?
Classic.
Yeah. They are clever though, right? I bet Blue can't even remember. Who told you that, Blue? Have you been going around telling everyone? Got Brad in there as well. Look at these. Everybody's hot for it tonight. Come on in, Blue. If you've got something to say about your fucking ridiculous use of Euclid. Were you aware that Euclid, isn't the not that? I thought you were looking for the not that, to be honest.
this is just his way of realizing Euclid.
Yeah. Everybody has their own way. Sometimes it does take time. Realizing Euclid does take time. I've got a gif of that. I've been doing it for a while. I don't know where they are though. Around the Tiz globe. I wonder where's Spaghetti Guy's been. He's not been around for a bit, has he? I think we saw him.
Nah.
We did see him talking to Blue. I think he was over there at Blue. Blue's.
Oh. Maybe that's who gave him the Euclid stuff.
Yeah, that might be. I think, or maybe FE Flat Earth Math. He might have taught him that because it sounds like something that a flat earther had handed to Blue. Makes you look ridiculous, doesn't it, Blue? I'd have never give you that to do. I'd have said stay away from those. In fact, Blue, if I were you, I'd have stayed away completely from Euclid. Altogether. It's one of the big stolen concepts.
You want to stick to the non-Euclidean?
Yeah. Yeah, stay clear of the self-refuting fallacies, right? You want to keep... That's no good. That's not going to help you. Otherwise, people might see it, Blue. They might see the trick. If you go round showing people the magic trick with your stupid stick. With sticky tape on it. Bob's passed you his stupid stick. So if everybody can see the idea of what's going on here, there's a straight line, and Blue Marble's got a theodolite measure in a straight line. But it's got to go down at both ends. But blue's given us a postulate that means it has to keep carrying on in the same direction that it goes. Therefore, like sort of Dornagon is like you can't imagine that a horizontal has shared straight line segments if you use the postulate that blue's got there. Because all of the Dornagon things will just keep extending outwards. It'll look like a mess. Can't even pretend. Stefan Mudd thinks that you can't prove that triangles have 180 degrees. It's really weird that, Stefan, but nice for coming. You can tell you're blue, like Blue Marble, like he was using Euclidean geometry. He's used proposition 29, was it, Blue? I can't remember. But Stefan's saying you can't prove can't prove the triangle axiom. So I'm guessing there's no way to have that proof that he's using in Euclid. Euclid must have just made it up. It's not as if it's an axiom or anything like that, is it? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it is. In my book, it is. It's an axiom, Stefan. Everyone knows that we've done a little bit of Euclid. And it's all right if you know, like if it sounds like it's a little bit too much, then just know it's not. Triangles have 180 degrees. That's obviously provable. And if triangles have 180 degrees, if you've got two right angles, well, that's your 180 degrees done. So there's nowhere else for you to have any more angles for you to close the triangle off, because you've got two in the right angles. What you'd need to do to get those parallel lines to intersect is to imagine that triangles have some more than 180, because then what you could have is right angle, another right angle, like the base of a square, and then you could just add in the other bit of angles, however many you want. Just put them in that top angle there and you can make a triangle, can't you? You've got your 290s and then your other one, like just add a bit more on there, and that's you've got a triangle then, haven't you? That's how it works. Makes sense, doesn't it? Larry Scott's told us. Blue Marble's told us as well. There's some extra angles. It's just that he said diverging, didn't he? Didn't Blue say diverging? But wouldn't that, if you could make triangles with more than 180, like diverging would actually converge eventually, because you'd finish off the triangle. But hey, Blue, you've got your advisors, and we'll have a chat with them if they can dare to come and have a chat. I doubt it though, because it sounds a bit too weird, doesn't it? Imagine going round to argue with somebody about triangles having more than 180 degrees because your crazy friend called Larry Larry, Jesse, and Jeff. The three stooges, or blue marble geodetic shadow giants. Take your pick. Sorry, I didn't want to. Yeah, I was only just going over that blue marble using the 29th proposition. I think it's genius. He's very brave, and I do commend him. More blue marble scientists should pick up Euclid. Might learn what an argument is. Brad's trying logic. Thank you very much, Brad. And we did have Fe Dogma around here early as well, doing his twin tangent paradox. They all like it. Horizontal at an angle. That would be Brad. Are you guys all right with Brad just wandering around like a Wally? Brad, you keep things moving, don't you? Brad keeps things moving with, you think it's getting stale, and like we were talking about a little bit earlier, at some point you think, shit, this is getting really weird. It can't get much more weird than this. And then along comes Brad. Or blue marble or Chaiki, it doesn't really matter. Stefan Mudd is just a text chat troll. Doesn't really come with any arguments. He's probably helped them out in the back rooms, but he does like text chatting on YouTube.
I think that Stefan Mudd is happy because he is writing something in chat. We are responding, and that makes him happy, I think.
Yeah, I know. He feels like he's part of it, right? He's obviously getting his name out there. Obviously, absolutely useless, and I think personally, he's one of the guys that's likely to have helped Blue Marble into a nutsacking. And Stefan, I said it's an axiom. That was me. I said that. Yes, the triangle axiom is an axiom that states triangles only have 180 degrees. The consequence of that is if you have two straight lines at 90 degrees or perpendicular to another straight line, then you cannot form the triangle. But that's all it states, right? At the other time, it tells you where, on which side of that straight line, the triangle will be formed.
Yes, because this is statement. Generally, this is in my version. It is postulate, but of course, this translator is deliberating about this name of postulate because, in fact, it is written as an axiom because it is saying what, not what to do to have some effect, but is just stating a fact here. What will happen without proving, because this statement is not proven. So it acts like axiom, because you don't need to prove axioms. And he is making this postulate, and he's not proving here anything. So it works like axiom for
Well,
me.
it's
And
just a statement. Like, it's a
yeah,
statement, and like if you want to try, like Blue Marble and Larry Scott, if you want to try and refute it, then be my guest, right? You're not going against me or anything. It's just literally, it's an axiom that states on which side of the straight line a triangle will be formed. There's only 3 lines in it. So that's what you've got to work with. If you want to try and refute it, just off you go. And if you think it can't be proved, then
yeah, this axiom or postulate states that if you are intersecting 2 lines by 3rd line, in order to check if these 2 lines are meeting or not, you have to check angles. If they are creating less than a right angle, it means that these lines will meet.
less than 2, the interior angles, less than
Yeah,
2
yes,
right
yeah.
angles.
So they will meet. And this is a statement of fact. He's not proving that, because this is in fact too obvious. So this is so obvious that it doesn't require any proof.
Yeah, it's an axiom, right? And to think that you can't prove it by the ones that come before it, if you've only got 4 that come before it, then fair enough. It's a straight line, circle, extending a straight line, and all right angles are equal. Well, if you've got 2 right angles on both sides, where's the triangle going to be formed? Nowhere.
Yeah.
You lessen the angle on one side, then that's the side that the triangle's going to be formed. You do it on the other side, that's the angle it's going to be formed. And because of the proposition that Blue showed us, it shows that both sides of that line with the angles and the opposite angles, all of that, they always make 2 right angles, the sum of 2 right angles, meaning it's a straight line. And I know Blue's not going to get it, and most people aren't really going to get it. But, I mean, it's in Euclid. It's been around for thousands of years, supposedly. I mean, I don't know how long it's actually been around for, but no one can refute it. It's impossible to be able to refute it, Blue. And you can't refute it by saying it's not a parallel. It's rather silly. It's what we call a self-refuting claim. The claim in itself refutes the very claim that's being made. But hey, that's what happens to the Blue Marble scientist. So if anybody does want to come in and have a chat, we did have a chat earlier today with a couple of people. FE Dogma was in the chat while we were having a word with Nico. Nico's a French guy who's I think he's a mathematician, but not too sure whether he's up to date on the full Blue Marble mathematics. And then we had another guy, Ramsin. He was no, I can't remember what he was doing. Oh, he was doing the twin tangent paradox, wasn't he? And then they got off onto something else. So if anybody else wants to come out and see about the twin tangent paradox, the FE dogmas, it's turned into hard mode. And then Brad's worshipping his gods. Bubble in the bubble level. I've heard that a lot. You need vertical. It's a hot new thing. But unfortunately, the water level, I don't think there's not much plumb involved in the water level.
I would rephrase that without density relationship, bubble would not work. So I don't need to involve Newtonian gravity. But if he wants to name that gravity, okay, so no problem for me.
Might be getting Spot On's loft back on the go. See Stefan. Oh.
I would
Boring.
say that without gravity, not only bubble will not work, but nothing will work because everything will be flying around.
What,
floating
vertical?
around.
Because I got told, I was going over that thing with Blue, and he says it's the same. The bubble in just a bubble is the same as a plumb bob. You know, in this, we're doing equals. Yeah, the bubble is the same as a plumb bob.
Completely inverted because
Yes,
bubble is going up
yes,
and plumb
exactly.
is going down.
Yeah, that's why they're the same thing. Exactly the same in Blue Marble Science. I've got a clip of it, and there are quite a few really nice clips of Blue Marble saying stupid shit. So I really like to thank So Brad's got his he's got his perpendicular. He's got a nice cross there, showing the relationship between vertical and horizontal. And then he's got the 3, obviously, brotherhood. He has to have that. A nice perpendicular. So thank you very much, Brad. Brad has got his own logo designed around the cross. It's putting it again. Look at that. It's again. Yeah, vertical plane. And with a nice cross on it. Do you like that? That's Brad. Brad the science guy. Brad's the guy that invented the vertical like a testicle. Because you can't have normal verticals being not, tilted. So for that purpose, we were given the vertical like a testicle. No doubt he'll be posting his picture. If you're listening, Brad, can you give us the vertical like a testicle picture? your water level one. It's one of the most ridiculous water level things you've ever seen. There are people like we have in this arena, and there's not many people that want to take on geometry and logic, reasoning, because like they're completely irrational. The whole thing, the whole arena is just made up of scripted stuff that they've made up completely fictional arguments, fallacies everywhere. So not many people want to take this on. But there are, however, some, don't take this the wrong way, guys, but some simpletons, naming no names, Wally and Brad. No names, though. And they're not really, you know.
I pride myself on being simple. Thanks, Bev.
Yeah. It's best to be
I think
simple, right? The
simple is better.
simplicity is best, yes.
Yeah.
But I don't think you go round sort of proclaiming, you know, like your God to be the best God, right? And you...
Well, no, yeah, you're right. I don't go around proclaiming it, but if you ask me, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Well, like Brad and Wally want to forcefully make you accept their monad. I mean, it's all right, Brad. We do understand religious people can come round here. It's fine. I don't mind religious people. So if anybody...
They let me crying out loud.
Yeah, if I'm talking about, obviously Rob's in here, but if any of the other, obviously the Blue Marble Science faithful, if any of them want to come in, have a chat, talk about it. Any of the Flat Earth faithful want to come in, like Rob, or anybody that's just sort of interested in reality, just wondering if you've got...
Yeah, even though it's
questions.
technically not flat.
It's definitely not
But
flat.
maps are flat. Do we live on a map?
It's like a plan, right? Isn't it? A map is like a plan view for a building thing, but the map is like a plan view of the land, and all of the elevation changes are shown within contour lines on maps. As soon as we are doing, you know, reality sort of stuff, it's just like a plan. Like plans for building, they're always on the horizontal. Then all of your elevation profiles are doing that's like a map. But there's no need to do obviously, because it's 3D. It's a bit hard to do an elevation profile of the land, so they just put contour lines on. ISO equal heights. ISO ipsy. Or something like that. Create a horizontal without vertical. Water level, Brad. Water level. Every time. But you should know that a horizontal, being horizontal, automatically comes with verticals all over. It's just perpendicular to it. It's the same as vertical. Vertical's straight line, so therefore all of the perpendiculars are also there the moment you have the straight line. Yeah, he's not very bright, Saragaki's contradicting themselves is how we end up proving the dogmatic globe. We're just getting more and more evidence of how to prove the dogmatic globe, right? Or a dogmatic globe. I'm taking it that everybody's going to have their own dogmatic globe, right? There's not like one dogmatic globe that has a rule book, right? Because everybody has their own sort of rules that they make allowances for. But there is a problem that the dogmatic globe, if you have a dogmatic globe, then there are going to be contradictions that you are holding. And I guess that's why a lot of people that do actually hold the dogmatic globe, they don't bother coming round. I did have a recording of Blue Marble. Does anybody want to listen to any more of that? Because it is pretty fascinating. Depends if everybody has got something to talk about. Please talk away. Stop me from talking.
I'd love to have you put something on because I got 2 cars on the go right now, so I can't speak.
Ugh. What's everyone else think?
That would be psychological study because a logical study is not needed here. So because there will be no logic, but psychological maybe, yes.
For Blue Marble, yeah. Right, let me cue it up. I need to make a brew. I know that. Right now, there is like the last. Don't know how much we went through of it, but this is the last bit of. I think there's about an hour, so that we may not have gone over. Okay, let me get a screen for you guys. Brad keeps posting that thing. That's cutting the top of the ball off, but making a plane. It's really weird. But I mean, I'm guessing
we don't talk to Brad because Brad thinks horizontal is a point. So
right. Don't know whether you're gonna need to see the screen, but. Guessing I can give it to you. Ooh. Right. Okay. Play this. There's going to be loads of time for us to stop. Like maybe if you're laughing, let us know with the joke. You set it up. You are setting up on a azimuthal, right?
You're setting up a theodolite just like you set up an auto level.
No, because
the modern ones have compensators in them too. The older ones, like Larry uses, like a Wild T3, it actually has a split bubble, very accurate level in it.
Yeah.
And you're establishing vertical at that point, only at the instrument.
No, you're establishing the horizontal plane.
Angle measurement, every vertical angle measurement you make from that point is reference to that to the vertical.
The bubbles are to establish the horizontal plane.
Say what?
The bubbles, like you said, the levels in order to make the theodolite level, that's establishing the horizontal.
No, it isn't.
Not the vertical.
Bev, the theodolite measures vertical angles and horizontal angles.
Yeah, but you set it up
You set it up.
establishing the azimuthal plane.
No, Bev, no. Just
Yes.
no. No.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You're just wrong. That's
Well,
not what it's doing. When you
it's
set
not
up the
what's doing it.
theodolite, when you set up the theodolite, you are effectively plumbing the thing. You're making it plumb. Vertical from that point is the adjustment.
You're making sure that the azimuthal plane has no tilt.
Azimuthal plane. What are you talking about?
The when you turn it around in that circle, like north, south, east. This is one of those things. I thought Blue knew about theodolites and telescopes and how to set up tools, auto levels. Like, he's an engineer, isn't he? Who in this arena, seriously, doesn't know what an azimuthal plane is? I'm pretty sure most people know. Think. Do they not? Does everyone know what an azimuthal plane is, or are we just sort of speaking over the top of everyone here?
Like horizontal?
Yeah. Yeah, when you set up a theodolite or auto level or telescope or anything like that, the first job is to get it horizontal, so it's on that plane. Telescopes is very important to do this as well. You have to set them up like that. Have a look for the azimuth. You start at north and then turn clockwise through the degrees. 90 degrees north to east to south to west. It's turning through those 90 degrees on the azimuthal plane. I thought everybody knew that, but I mean, if they don't, then maybe it's just because it's a geometric thing and only people that have theodolites, telescopes, auto levels understand what it is. Maybe a technical term, but if you're not aware, the azimuthal plane is the horizontal. It's that plane with zero slope anywhere. East, west. There is no tilt to that.
Yeah, that's because you've set it up plumb.
No, it's because you've set it up on the horizontal plane, so it's parallel to the horizon.
That's not how your auto level works either. That's not how a dumpy level works.
It's not how it works.
Set one of those up? How do you set one of those up?
You set them up on the horizontal. You set up the horizontal plane.
You level it. You level it, Bev, in
yeah, but level is horizontal. It's a horizontal plane that you're establishing.
That is what establishes the vertical, Bev. Okay, whatever.
No, that just the. Did he just whatever me? Whatever.
Right.
It was lost, right? It doesn't. You don't set up a vertical. You set up on a horizontal. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, because if you have, for example, this carpenter's level, so when the bubble is always up because it is this is bubble of air in the oil or something like that, but it has to be in the middle. Then you have this carpenter's level is straight line, so horizontal. So you know that this whole device is oriented horizontally. You are not seeking vertical anyhow here, only horizontal. So when this bubble is in the middle, you know that the carpenter's level or any bubble level is oriented horizontally. For me, this is simple.
Yeah, it's like it's not just that level. It's theodolites, telescopes, you know, any precision instrument that has to be set up will be set up on the on this azimuthal plane, on a horizontal plane, to make sure there's no tilt. Just makes sense. But you know, Blue's struggling to understand. But I mean, it does make sense, doesn't it? That, you know, that there are tools that establish levels, and in order for you to establish a level, you've got to set it up correctly. And if it's not set up on this horizontal plane, then I don't know. Hopefully we make it simple for everybody. There's no big deal if you don't know this sort of thing. We'll try and make it a little bit more simpler. Establishes the horizontal. There is no vertical component to an auto
Of course
level.
there is.
Where?
Of course there is.
Well, the measuring rod.
What do you think the compensator is looking at? It has no horizontal to reference to. It only has gravity. That is vertical.
A compensator. Not so sure Blue understands that and how it works, but we'll see. It's a compensator to make it horizontal, not vertical, horizontal.
Not horizontal.
You do a two-peg test to make sure it's horizontal. Right? You measure the measuring rods in different positions to establish horizontal, Blue.
Bev, it is gravity that is causing the bubble in a carpenter's level to find the center. It is gravity that is operating on the compensator in your auto level or your theodolite. It is that vertical gravity vector that you're referenced to.
It's the position
then establishes
that leaves
you
with the bubble in the correct position, right? Once the spirit level is in the horizontal position, then the bubble will be in the center.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Why?
Because you put the spirit level in the horizontal position.
What would the bubble do without gravity?
Well, it establishes
how could the bubble
horizontal.
even do anything if it were not for the gravity vector? It wouldn't. It couldn't.
See, there's the first.
That's a lie.
There's the first line there. The bubble needs vertical. Bubbles need verticals too, right? Don't just leave the bubble out of it, right? It is a level, right? And it's mainly associated with the horizontals. But I think what Blue's saying is the bit where there's the air, right? The bubble, that bit needs a vertical, all right? He's going to explain it here now. Sorry.
The compensator in your auto levels is effectively a plumb bob.
We're talking about a spirit level, Blue. To keep it simple, you know, the bubbles that you use in order to set the thing up.
Yeah.
That establishes the level to be horizontal.
And that bubble is also just like a plumb bob.
There you go. There's the first reference. The bubble is just like a plumb bob. And again, I am going to clip this bit because these are the good ones. You ready? The explanation as well now. That establishes the level to be horizontal.
And that bubble is also just like a plumb bob.
Just like a plumb bob. Mm-hmm. In what way? Tell us, Blue.
Gravity is pulling down on the liquid and the bubble together. The bubble is trying to find the highest point it can find. That's why the little vial in the thing is curved.
Okay.
Gravity is forcing the bubble to go up to when you've got the
Go up?
thing. Huh?
Did you say gravity's forcing it up?
Yeah, gravity is what causes that.
So there you go. Right. The bubble.
Is dumb.
The bubble is just like a plumb bob in the way that the bubble goes up, right? Because everybody knows that's what plumb bobs do, right? Plumb bobs are just like bubbles in the fact that they go up. Blue marble science. Everybody got that? Of course. Like you may, if you don't understand it, right, it may just be that it's nonsense, or it might just be that you're not clever enough. I don't know. It's for you to make out whether it sounds like a load of bullshit that Blue Marble's just randomly stating, like a bubble is just like a plumb bob in the way that it goes up. Everybody knows that's what a vertical and gravity does. It goes up. Okay, up.
Why do bubbles go up?
Why do bubbles go up? Indeed.
Why do you think they rise?
Just like a plumb bob. I don't know.
Because they're less dense than the medium that they're in.
Just like a plumb bob. Okay,
plumb bob is
fantastic.
going down.
So is that what you're going to go with for? Yeah, I mean it's just like a plumb bob. Like one goes up and the other one goes down.
Yeah,
just the same, aren't they? If you can't see the similarities between a bubble and a plumb bob, then hey, I can't help you. Because I can't either. I can't help you.
And they both work because of gravity. So
Yeah.
It's the same gravity.
Does opposite things, right? But it's the same. Opposite, but the same. Or like nothing like it, but somehow similar. Like one of them's a gas, air, just a bubble of nothing. And the other one is an actual weight on the end of a string.
And he's using out-of-date rhetoric for mass attracts mass when that was superseded by Einstein, and they'll all deny that, thinking that space-time is the same as gravity.
Don't say that another fucking crazy dude has done something
superseded somebody else. Crazy. A load of bullshit. Yeah, it's all crazy.
There's no need to bring any of that into it.
I understand. I'm just letting you know that's what they do because they're dumb.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, like, if we keep it focused on Blue Marble science and his similarity between bubbles and plumb bobs, in the fact that one goes up and one goes down, the opposite similarities, the vertical and horizontal relationship, that you can't have a vertical, because I mean, it seems like the what you're saying is. The geometric horizontal, where perpendiculars to it are parallel, can only exist at one point where you call that vertical. So that means that there is or cannot be a horizontal plane. That's why I asked you at the beginning, how long can you, Blue Marble science, have a horizontal to be established?
Of course you can have a horizontal plane, Bev. We've said this a million times.
Okay. And perpendicular to horizontal is
that
vertical,
horizontal,
isn't it?
That horizontal plane is horizontal with respect to to the Earth's gravity. That horizontal plane is perpendicular to it at one and only one point.
Yeah, but that's not true of horizontal and vertical, is it?
It's absolutely true. In the case in what we're talking about, it's absolutely true.
And what are we talking about? Are we talking about a horizontal plane in reality? Or are we talking about...
Well, show me a horizontal plane in reality, please. Where's the
established by
horizontal plane?
an auto level.
Can I get one from eBay?
An
I don't
auto
think
level,
so.
yes, you can. You said you've got one yourself, a dumpy.
I said I got a dumpy level.
Right now, so you can establish a horizontal plane then.
Yeah, I could.
Okay, so there you go. So he's asked me for a horizontal plane. Where can he get one? Turns out he's already got a tool to make one. Fancy that?
But still, this is some paradox here, because if he's saying that it is horizontal only at one point, as he said, so this vertical is perpendicular only at what point? At one point.
Yeah, the one vertical.
Yes, so it means that you cannot create vertical plane, but perpendicular to that horizontal plane.
Yes.
But obviously you can create vertical plane being perpendicular to that horizontal plane established at a point. But
yeah, if you can make a plane, you can make a plane, right?
Yes, you can, but in his model, you cannot. But we know that we can. So it is just not true that this vertical is only at that point.
Dogmatic proof of globe.
Yes, so it is impossible to do what we know that we can do. So, sorry.
Turns into a comedy routine, this though, right? Like you've just said, he's made a glaring error that he has made a horizontal plane, but he's saying that effectively you can't have a geometric horizontal plane with all of the perpendiculars to it being vertical. It's really strange, but I mean, listen. There you go. There's the horizontal plane that you want, that you just asked for. Now,
yeah, and
at every point,
horizontal plane, it is only horizontal by the definition of horizontal.
Yeah, this is
only
what I'm saying.
Horizontal at one point, Bev, yeah. The point where that instrument is sitting. That is the only point.
That's the only point by the definition of horizontal, which is a line or plane. But he's just reduced it to a point and saying that's the definition. Only definitional at a point, and a point is that of which has no parts. He's literally said the only place that a horizontal fills the definition of horizontal is nowhere.
Yes, and this is his new definition, because I can bet that there are no definitions like that in any dictionary.
Well, no, because he's just had the horizontal plane, and now he's saying that that horizontal plane is only horizontal nowhere. I bet Rumpus taught him that one.
So it means that horizontal plane is not horizontal plane, which is contradiction in terms. So sorry.
Dogmatic proof of globe, right? Every time. That's how we prove the dogmatic globe. The horizontal plane that's established by that auto level over, let's say, 50 meters.
Okay.
Right? When you hold your measuring rod vertical at 50 meters distance, that vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal plane, isn't it?
No, it isn't.
See, now what we're doing here is a little bit of a game that Blue Marble's about to play. The vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal plane, that you do all sorts of things to make sure it is. But what Blue Marble's saying here is, you'll have to listen very carefully for it. He's saying, my model dictates it cannot be. Not like tolerances, like he'll try and play like I call this a sophistry game. What he means is, it's not possible for it to be vertical. It's just not within the rules. That's what Blue Marble means to say. But he doesn't say that. He does the weaselly little thing that he did with Mobius when he had that one, where he was just sort of like, well, you can't tell to such and such a tolerance. And then you get to that tolerance and you'll say, well, what about a bit more of a tolerance? You don't know about that. And it just goes on forever. No, what Blue means is it isn't possible. Given all of the most perfect conditions, it's still not possible for vertical to be perpendicular to the horizontal plane over there. But he doesn't say that. So listen to what he says. It should be, though, because that's one of the surveying procedures.
No, it is not.
Yes, it
is.
You have to hold.
Not.
You have. He's trying to tell us it's not a surveying procedure to hold the measuring rod vertically. To hold the measuring rod vertical, and the tool establishes a horizontal plane. The relationship between horizontal plane and vertical is perpendicular. That's how you know you're getting the correct.
The horizontal plane is perpendicular at the instrument and no place else.
See, there you go. Look, you can't have it. You're not allowed to have a vertical anywhere else within the tool, which is ridiculous. But I mean, his model dictates this.
So he is saying that vertical, this measuring rod would be parallel to this vertical at, let's say, auto level, established at auto level.
Yeah.
And being parallel and being not vertical.
Yeah. It being parallel means it cannot be vertical.
Yeah.
It being parallel to a vertical. I mean, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, yes. This is fantastic logic. Yeah.
He doesn't actually say that, right? Listen to it. I think
but
he gets
this is implication.
Yes.
This is simple implication.
Yeah.
And the further away you go from the instrument, the further off it is.
So are you saying that it's not possible for the staff guy to hold his staff perpendicular to the horizontal plane, like vertical?
I'm saying the guy holding the staff would be lucky to hold it within half a degree of vertical in the first place.
See, within half a degree? He doesn't have much hope for anyone, really, does he? Like, it wants to be vertical. It has to be vertical and perpendicular to the horizontal plane to be accurate. But Blue Marble doesn't think people could do that within half a degree of upright, is what Blue Marble's saying. Doesn't have much hope with anybody. I bet a Blue Marble scientist could get it closer than that.
But still, there is another implication, because in that case, due to what Blue Marble is saying, globe, let's say, proponents, dogmatic globe proponents, they haven't got not only a horizontal plane, because it is a point, but they cannot have also vertical. So both verticals and horizontals, they are points. So the same point is vertical and horizontal at this point. So you have to separate every point everywhere, and you have to name them vertical and horizontal at the same time, which is idiotic, of course. But this is implication of what he is saying. The same point is vertical and horizontal, and there is nothing else than vertical points and horizontal points. Just pure nonsense.
Brad's Nice one, nice one. Even if they have a little bubble on the back of it.
Well, yeah, you ever seen how much you can wiggle that thing around in a little bubble? It's still pretty much in the middle. Have you ever tried to hold one?
Yes. Yeah.
I have plenty of times.
Yeah,
It's
me
not
too,
that
Blue. I'm
easy.
the one that's holding
Not that
the
easy.
measuring rod in the pictures, aren't
Not that easy. You got a bubble on yours?
I? Yeah. Yeah, and we do the
All of
rocking
them
it
don't.
backwards and forwards so people. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't, but we do
All of
because
them don't.
we're showing people. We show people how you do use these tools on the Discord server. That's what we do on the level, Blue. We are on the level. We put a camera on the level and broadcast it to Discord.
How long did it take you to think that one up?
See, this one amused me, where he says this. How long did you think to think that one up? Well, we have been on the level, and I don't know whether we needed to think it up, but we did, and we always have put the camera on the level, like I'm about to tell him, Blue. He didn't realise. I don't know what's going on. Maybe people don't know what we do here, but we put cameras on levels so you get to see what it's like. Obviously, we tell you we are invalidating the tool for surveying purposes, but you're not surveyors. You're just looking at it to see what it looks like, to see what sort of views you get, because most people have never done it at all. They've not got a clue how the process goes, how you actually measure elevations and how all of that stuff goes on. Well, we put cameras on this stuff to give you an idea what it looks like. Blue didn't know that. Weird, this little exchange. Well,
we normally associate
on the level dot live.
Yeah, not on the level normally is associated with I'm on the level. I'm telling you the right story. That's what the connotation of it is.
The truth, yeah, telling the truth.
But, yeah, telling the truth. That's what it really is.
But it's a double meaning because we do actually have a level, and we do actually put a camera on the level and broadcast it to the Discord. So that's why. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So
okay.
So
back to our lines that are not parallel.
But we'll get back to the geometric horizontal plane. How big can it be, Blue?
We measure the internal angles, just like Book 1, Proposition 29 tells us. And every time we do that, we get in excess of 180 degrees. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be.
But they are. So, should we go Proposition 29 again and point out that both sides of the line has 180 degrees? Yeah. Blue Marble's just stated that he gets more. But the proposition said the sum of two right angles. Not more than the sum of two right angles. Because it's not possible to get more than the sum of the two right angles. Because it's talking about the exterior and interior of these crossing over of these lines.
Yes, so he cannot use this propositional 29 because or he's talking about curved lines, or he's just misusing that, because I don't know why he's proposing this proposition theorem. I don't know.
Blues, it's a good job nobody watches my videos, Blue, isn't it? Because you'd be made a fool of, and that's okay. It's better nobody watches them. And it's good to see, Blue, that you are keeping an eye on my views and my channel. Thank you very much, keeping us up to date. Us YouTubers should stick together. And you bragging, you've done well there. 1.2 million views. Look at that. It's telling Gadget that he's irrelevant. Blue's got 1.2 million views, Blue Marble, and he's hanging around in our chat here. We're honoured to have such a big superstar like Blue Marble Science. Thanks for being here, Blue. It's good to have these big YouTubers around here supporting us all. And yeah, you've used the wrong postulate, Blue, but I mean, next time you want to do this sort of stuff, come and have a word with us. We'll let you know on the big mistakes that you're making. I don't know who it was that told you to do that. I think it's a big mistake myself. They are perpendicular to the horizontal.
If they're not parallel, then the horizontals are not parallel.
Okay. But all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
I'm sorry, you're just making a statement. You've got nothing to back that up, not a thing.
That's the definition of horizontal, Blue.
I've got all of the measurements that show that what you're saying is not right. And I've told you where the error is in your logic. You're assuming there is one and only one plane of the horizon, and that is wrong.
No, I'm assuming
there are an infinite number of planes of the horizon.
Every horizontal ever will always be parallel to the plane of the horizon wherever you are. Doesn't matter. At every position, wherever you move from any position, forwards, backwards, left, right, doesn't really matter. Even if you move 1 foot or 100 feet, the horizontal will always be parallel to the plane of the horizon, and it will always be parallel to every other horizontal you've ever done. So you establish one there. Is it parallel to the plane of the horizon? Yes. Walk 100 feet. Look round. Say, is this horizontal parallel to the horizontal that I just had before? Yes. Is it parallel to the plane of the horizon?
We just showed you it's not, Bev. We proved it is not.
He's proved it is not.
Ooh, strong word.
That is like, as soon as you've just moved 100 yards and you've established a horizontal and it's not parallel to the horizontal that you just established 100 yards away.
So now we have tilting horizons.
One of them has to tilt, right? I don't know which one, but one of the horizontals, if they're not parallel to each other, one of them's tilting. But I'm not aware of that, Blue. I don't know how you came to that conclusion. It just seems like a ridiculous statement that you're having to say because your model dictates that you say some stupid shit.
Yes, and the implication of that is that the horizon itself is tilting. As you are moving, horizon is tilting.
Must do.
Strange.
Yeah, I think that's what Blue's trying to say, but I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. No doubt. It's
been known and shown for hundreds of years.
What, the horizontals aren't parallel? Because the horizontals are parallel. Right?
Always
it's a known fact.
More than 180 degrees. No two verticals are ever parallel, ever.
No, horizontals, Blue. The argument was all horizontals are. Right? Not anything to do with verticals. Don't get distracted.
You've got nothing that
the argument. We've got the argument that I started today.
That's just an argument, Bev. I've got the measurements that prove you wrong.
That's what. But it's just an argument. Blue Marble's got the measurements that prove me wrong. It's going to get worse. Please, Blue. Please make it worse. Do your worst, Blue. Please.
Sorry, but in this argument, middle term was that it is equipotential, right? So level is equipotential, and
I think he's talking about the horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon with this one. Like, he's forgetting which argument He likes, see that one, he has to completely forget about it. It's too much, that one. Things that are equal to the same thing. He can't even have it. You know.
So my duty is to remind him, if he's listening, that first syllogism was that level equals equipotential and horizontal equals equipotential. And this equipotential means it is middle term. So conclusion is that they are equal to each other, level to horizontal. So, sorry.
Yeah, it's going to get worse, apparently. You don't want to be winding Blue up with stating facts like that with geometric backing. It's going to get worse.
I am sorry, this is Friday, so I'm slightly oppressive here.
Yeah. Debates are for Blue.
I've got the measurements that prove that
presenting
you were wrong.
the argument, and then they're meant to be discussing the argument.
What you need to do is find out what's wrong with those measurements. Why don't you do this yourself? You can go to Blackpool.
I know that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. And I know the geometric implications of a statement that says more than two, every horizontal, wherever you are, will always be parallel to the plane of the horizon. And because of that, you can safely say all horizontals are parallel. That's an argument, Blue. You have to try and rebut that.
Logical fallacy, Bev.
What's the fallacy?
Your assumption is there is one and only one plane of the horizon.
I'm saying all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon associated with the horizontal.
All you're going to do is, look, Bev, all you're going to do is just sit here and deny it.
Deny what?
All you're going to do is just sit here and repeat the same fallacy over and over and over again. You're not willing to look at any data that shows you that that is not true.
But
you're not willing to pay any attention
let's
to
just
the measurements that many
horizontal
people have made.
Can you have
two guys?
Can you have one horizontal plane being parallel
and every
to the
time
plane
they make
of the horizon?
them, there is an excess there's an angular excess above 180 degrees, absolutely proving that those two verticals cannot be parallel. And if they're not, the horizontals are not.
Yeah. Can you have one horizontal that's parallel to the plane of the horizon? Are you going to have that? Is it possible to have at least one horizontal that is parallel to the plane of the horizon? That's a horizontal plane.
If you pick one point for the observer and say, where's the plane of the horizon?
Horizontal plane.
You can have a horizontal plane from one position, and then you can have all kinds of horizontals from that one position that are parallel. No doubt about it.
What about the plane of the horizon, Blue?
That is a plane of the horizon. You can have multiple, infinite number of horizontals parallel to a plane of the horizon.
So
if you move...
that would... Blue's got many planes of the horizon. He's just separated it. It doesn't have... He's not like normal people that have the plane of the horizon. No, it's a plane of the horizon for Blue. Is that like a pronoun switch? Or... because does it change? The plane. Is that any different to a plane? It's just a geometric property, right? It's 2D. It doesn't actually exist. So it's an understanding within the mathematical realm. The plane of the horizon. You know what it is. I know what it is. Blue Marble gets upset by it. It's the word the. I think they've always been a bit touchy of things like that. Like the sun and the moon. It upsets them. It would make the plane of the horizon horizontal,
if you move to a different position,
Blue.
You have a different plane of the horizon.
Right, okay. Blue.
That's what you missed.
So you understand what a horizontal is, and you understand what parallel is. So you surely understand the implications of saying that the plane of the horizon is parallel to horizontal, right? You understand
A plane.
that?
I understand the implication of saying a plane of the horizon is parallel to a horizontal. Yes. A plane, not the plane. It's not singular.
So that would mean a plane of the horizon, whenever you do, is parallel to horizontal, which would mean that a plane of the horizon established anywhere is horizontal. Just to make sure that if everybody's unaware that
Yes,
like it doesn't matter whether he says a or the, it still ends up being horizontal, and all of the horizontals are going to be parallel to it or another one, and we're still going to make all of the horizontals parallel to each other.
Yes, but he's contradicting himself, because he said that if you are going along this horizontal plane established at a point, you are deviating from horizontal. He said that.
He thinks
And
that.
And from vertical, obviously. So you have not only diverting verticals, but also diverting horizontal. So he is inconsistent here.
Blue, a reciprocal zenith is a vertical in fact, I'm not too sure you can do reciprocal zeniths. That's just two verticals, right? But like reciprocal auto levels would be an auto level looking at an auto level. I'm not too sure what reciprocal zeniths are. Like, how would you reciprocate a vertical? Is it even possible to reciprocate a vertical? I'm not too sure whether that works, Blue. Reciprocal zeniths. I don't know. I think you're asking for trouble there, Blue. It looks like you want more than 180 degrees in a straight line. But hey, Blue Marble Science Techniques, do your worst, Blue. Do your worst. Okay. So all horizontals are parallel to a plane of the horizon.
Correct.
Okay. So that would make a plane of the horizon horizontal then.
A plane of the horizon is horizontal, and then you can have other horizontals parallel to that horizontal.
Okay.
Yes. Now, if you move, you have another plane of the horizon.
But that also would be horizontal, right? Also.
And those horizontals are not parallel with the first horizontals. And if you move again, now you've got three sets of them. And if you move 1,000,000 times or 1,000,000,000 times, you're going to have 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000 different planes of the horizon and different horizontals. None of them will be parallel.
What do you mean different horizontals? You mean they're parallel to horizontal?
Yeah, parallel from any point, Bev. Different points have different planes of the horizon.
Points?
Yeah, point of...
Blue, I'll just point out again, Blue, surveyors don't measure zenith angles, and they definitely don't reciprocate them. You've been told this by... well, there's three of them, isn't there? There's three shadow giants. And obviously you've never done it because you haven't got a clue what the fuck they're talking about. They're handing you Euclidean propositions that you haven't got a clue. They like disproves your statement, Blue. That's how bad it is. They're handing you propositions that make you look fucking ridiculous, Blue. And they're doing that to you. At least I hope it's them doing it to you. You don't want to be doing it to yourself. Because if that is you, Blue, and you actually think that's the truth, right, you do realize you're proving yourself wrong, which means you've got an exploded logical system. You're lost, Blue. You've gone. I can't help you. I would never have been able to, and you wouldn't accept help anyway. Probably making it worse. I don't even know why you're here, but you shouldn't be here, Blue. This is going to be bad.
Observation. Point where your theodolite or your auto level is set up. That establishes, at that point, you establish a horizontal.
A horizontal plane.
Yeah, and if you move the instrument a foot, you've got another horizontal plane that's not parallel to the first one. And if you move another foot, you got
So he's got over a foot difference. There is a sloping horizontal. A foot away from another horizontal. Blue literally thinks that horizontals that are set up a foot apart, one of them is sloping.
Yes, so diverging horizontal, yeah.
Yeah, over a foot, right? And that would obviously be able to be seen, wouldn't it, Blue? You wouldn't just claim it. You know, like if you didn't have actual proof and you just sort of said that stupid shit, like you could prove it. And then obviously, you know, you'd be able to give us some sort of proof of horizontals sloping, or like at least one horizontal sloping when it's a foot away from another horizontal. One of them's got to be sloping.
another horizontal plane.
But there's no slope or tilt to a horizontal.
It's exactly what the reciprocal zenith measurements are showing you. It's irrefutable.
Terry's posting something. Did you hear that? It's irrefutable. Blue Marble says it's irrefutable. So the stuff that Blue Marble has been given by, I'm guessing, Larry Scott. And Larry Scott's told him it's irrefutable, and he's believed him. He's handed him a paralogism. It's rather funny, really, because if you were a nice person, Blue, like I have been saying, like, you know, sometimes I do feel sorry for you. But since it's you, Blue, and you keep coming round here like a prick, then, hey, that's fine. Do your worst, Blue. Come at us. I can't help but say that, yeah, I would feel sorry for you if you were a decent person, Blue, but I can't.
Nice pictures there.
Can't.
That's when we ran out. Are you liking that, Terry? Showing us going out to go under the horizon.
Blue, how big can you establish a horizontal plane, a geometric horizontal plane? How large?
Big can you,
Yeah.
Can you establish? What do you want? You want a geometry definition of it?
I want a geometric from you, right? And geometric horizontal plane is where vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. How
vertical
big?
How gravity vector, Bev?
You agreed to it. Shall we go over it again? All of the things that are the same: gravity vector, vertical, plumb bob, zenith. All things are the same as each other, right? So there's no need for you to ask me which one we're talking about, Blue. Pretty sure we've established that
over and over again.
No, I'm talking about vertical, a straight line.
If you stop switching, I'll stop clarifying.
It's a straight line, Blue. A vertical is a straight line. Now, how big can you have a geometric horizontal plane where the perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be vertical? How big's the horizontal plane that can occur on?
How big is the horizontal plane that can occur on?
Yes.
There is no plane that can occur on.
Okay. There you go. There is no
horizontal plane. So whenever you hear Blue Marble talking about a horizontal plane, he's lying. He doesn't actually think it's there. He doesn't think it exists. He's just, I call that sophistry, right? If Blue Marble's talking about a horizontal plane as though he thinks it exists, you're just being fooled, because Blue Marble doesn't even think it exists. He's tricking you into thinking he thinks it exists because he's talking about it. That's sophistry and lying, deceitful, shitbag type maneuver. I'll put it back again, just so you can hear Blue Marble state this again. A geometric from you, right? And geometric horizontal plane is where vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. How
Vertical
big?
defined
Yeah,
as
how
a gravity vector, Bev?
you agreed to it. Shall we go over it again? All of the things that are the same: gravity vector, vertical, plumb bob, zenith. All things are the same as each other, right? So there's no need for you to ask me which one we're talking about, Blue. Pretty
Hey,
sure
you've
we've
switched back and
established
forth
that.
over and over again.
No, I'm talking about vertical, a straight
If
line.
you stop switching, I'll stop clarifying.
It's a straight line, Blue. A vertical is a straight line. Now, how big can you have a geometric horizontal plane where the perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be vertical? How big's the horizontal plane that can occur on?
How big is the horizontal plane that can occur on?
Yes.
There is no plane that can occur on.
Okay. So you don't have a concept of a geometric horizontal plane where perpendicular to the horizontal plane is vertical. That horizontal plane doesn't exist, does it?
A horizontal plane can be perpendicular to one and only one vertical.
But it can't be a horizontal plane then.
Why can't it be a horizontal
Because
plane?
on a horizontal plane, all of the perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be vertical. But you keep saying they can't be. There's only one.
They are
so
not.
you
There's
don't
only
have
one,
a horizontal plane.
Sure you do.
No. Now he does have a horizontal plane.
Yes.
He's very, very, very confused. This is what happened to George. You want to watch out. I don't know how, or what happened in the last months of George. But this is pretty much what we were worried about, George. Like, really. It started like this. Very much like this. Please, if anyone's around there, can you keep an eye on Blue? Like, don't let him just sort of go away, like George did.
Yes, Rumpus is trying to defend Blue Marble Science now.
Of course he did. Rumpus was defending George. I don't know what he did, whether he was still doing the phone calls in the last months with George or not. I don't know. But hopefully Rumpus will be helping Blue out again. He had to do a stream the other day, Rumpus, with Betty. You weren't there. I'm not too sure it went too well. Betty left early. In reality, yes, we do, Blue.
Bert,
yes.
No, in reality, you absolutely don't, and I've proven that.
No, in reality, we definitely have a horizontal plane.
Nope.
Right, so, like, did he say nope? Did you hear that? Rumpus,
yes,
are you
yes,
sure? I thought you said that he didn't say that. He did just say nope.
Yes, so he said no, then yes, then no. So he's in aporia.
Yeah.
So just normal thing.
Somebody make sure Blue's all right.
Nope.
Right, so, like, you seem confused, Blue.
I'm not confused.
Are you saying we don't have a horizontal plane in reality now?
You have a horizontal plane in reality that is perpendicular to one and only one vertical. One and only one.
But
if you add another, add another vertical in, it will not be perpendicular to that plane.
In my understanding, they are vertical and horizontal.
Well,
are
I've shown you
perpendicular.
measurements that say they're not.
And
I've shown you measurements that prove they cannot be.
we have a test called the Realizing Euclid test that shows that you can have a horizontal plane. It is
All right,
possible.
tell me about this test. Show me this test.
We can do this for another time. The debate today was about all horizontal are and level is. That was the debate today. Not realizing Euclid. If you want to come back and do a realizing Euclid, how you can tell us how you realize Euclid, maybe with an angle or something like that, and I'll tell you how we did our realizing Euclid test. We'll set it up for another time. Can I just point out as well that Stefan's telling Blue Marble he's like appeasing Blue. Don't worry, Blue. He's got his hand round your shoulder, patting you on the back, going like, there, Blue. Stefan says, the problem is, because he's got a problem, that Bev is always talking about on single vertical and the perpendicular horizontal.
Yes, but
don't know
he
what
is
that means.
denying that horizontal. Blue is denying that horizontal plane. So this is not good consolation for Blue, I think, what Stefan is doing.
Well, Blue's all right, you know. Like you want to be careful though, Blue, because I mean there is a nut sacking on the way, definitely. And if people don't help you out, if they just play into your paralogism, it's only going to get worse. And you know, I can do my best to help you. It seems like these could be good debates for us to go over. I mean, this one's probably a bit boring for everybody, but I think when everybody goes over it and comes to the understanding that we, because we go out there with these tools to establish horizontal planes, we are the group that say, yes, it is possible to have a horizontal plane. In reality, we have tools that do that. And all of the perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be vertical. Like everybody knows that. These are known things.
No, Bev, you're wrong about that. These are not, what you're saying is not a known thing. It's something you guys have made up. That's all. Everybody knows the shape of the earth. Everybody knows
I'm talking about
gravity
the earth.
vectors. No gravity vectors.
We're talking about
no
horizontals and verticals.
We're talking about verticals right
Plumb
now.
bobs.
No two verticals are parallel to each other. And we've got measurements that prove it. I've shown it to you. There's nothing else I can tell you.
Mm-hmm.
You came with nothing. I came with data. You came with a pure geometric argument and not
a stolen
1 ounce.
Concept.
Not 1 ounce. No, it's not a stolen concept.
Of course it is.
No, it is not.
Yes.
No, it is not.
It is. You use parallel lines in your proof. And those parallel lines would be perpendicular.
Bev, I did not use parallel lines in my proof, Bev. I used Euclid Book 1, Proposition 29.
So you used Euclid Book 1, Proposition 29, which is about parallel lines in what he calls a proof, right? He doesn't realize that the actual Proposition 29 is about parallel lines and the equal angles, both internal and external, where it cuts those parallel lines. One of you want to come in paper?
And these angles sum to 180 degrees. So I don't know. So it is definitely about straight lines and how to check if that lines are parallel. So, sorry.
It's just geometric principles about equal angles and, the opposite side angles and all of that. All of the principles that you've learned preceding that about how angles are formed when straight lines cross each other. And this is just the formulation of parallel lines into that. So you can understand the how parallel lines work. But Blue's not doing it. Blue hasn't got a clue.
To show why they are not parallel lines.
To show why what are not parallel lines.
Verticals separated by 11.2 miles, or verticals separated by 30 or 40 miles in the McDonald data. Those verticals are not parallel to each other.
Okay, so you're directly relating a measurement over so many miles taken by an optical device to a straight line.
Yes, which absolutely agrees with all the physics we know, Biff.
Okay. Physics.
Yeah, physics.
Straight line physics. It's like
Straight
geometry.
line physics. Straight line physics.
Like geometry. The measurements of distances and stuff. The equal height, equal elevations.
So,
how did you like that one?
So,
how did you like that? The level and horizontal proof. You seem to have missed out rebutting the actual arguments that I presented at the beginning. How about, would you like that?
There's nothing left to debate when you start out with a logical fallacy.
Which is the logical fallacy?
That there is one and only one plane of the horizon.
And what about the level is horizontal one? Where I associated level with an equal elevation, and I also associated horizontal with an equal elevation. Is that okay with you?
No, that's not.
But on all elevation profiles, a horizontal line would have an equal elevation, wouldn't it?
Horizontal lines would all have the same. Yes, they would.
Okay,
that's
so
right.
Horizontal has an equal elevation, and level also has an equal elevation.
Wait. You're talking about a chart, a graph.
An elevation profile, yes.
Elevation profile is not reality, Biff.
There you go. There's another one from Blue. You know, like where we were going over an equal elevation. But, well, this is how Blue's doing it. An elevation profile isn't reality.
Yes, but he's admitting that this is straight line and horizontal.
Yep.
So he admitted that here.
Yeah.
But later, now he is just refuting himself.
Yeah, self-refuting. I mean, most of this stuff is the stolen concept, self-refuting fallacies that Blue Marble keeps bringing up. He's got his friends to help him out. Who was it that helped you out? Was it Stefan? Rumpus? Maybe that Drebin? I don't know. Who are the advisors of Blue Marble Science? I expect that they should be coming soon, right? White Knights galloping in. Because Blue Marble can't do it, obviously. Listen to what happens when he does it on his own. Stupid shit. And that is an elevation profile.
Simply a depiction. That is simply a depiction of height above some datum versus distance.
And they all use horizontal lines, don't they?
Well, why would you try to draw it with curved lines, Biff? Why would you do that?
Well, you do. You use the perpendicular relationship between vertical and horizontal. That's precisely why you use horizontal.
No.
See, this is another one of the things that we have an equal, because both horizontal and level are perpendicular to plumb at every point, equipotential surface, right? Every point perpendicular to plumb. Both level and horizontal. But Blue Marble, he can't face that. It's too much. Too much for his old, addled brain to be able to take. He can't teach an old dog new tricks. Well, this is one of them ones that you can't teach a model-inflicted boomer logic, obvious statements of truth, right? You just can't do it. They've been in this for too long, and especially his name's Blue Marble Science. He's stuck with it. He can't get away from it. He has to defend this bullshit model. Well, sorry, dogmatic globe model. He's forced into it. He's called Blue Marble Science.
Yeah, no, that's not why elevation drawings are done the way they're done. That's a depiction of how
you measure a
how
distance, a
far you're
horizontal
deviating.
distance, and a
That's a
vertical
measurement of how.
height.
That's a depiction of how terrain is varying over distance with
Yeah,
respect
topography.
to some known elevation.
Yeah, it's the topography.
Sure.
Ipsi.
And it doesn't matter what the datum looks like. It could be a sine wave, it could be a circle, it could be an arc.
But they are all
could be a straight line.
horizontal. They are all horizontals.
Yeah, that's the way you do a chart.
Yes, all elevation profiles have a horizontal, and on those horizontals, they are all parallel, right? And they have an equal elevation.
You know why they're all parallel, Bev? Why are all the horizontals parallel?
Because all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, making all
Why?
horizontals parallel to
What
each
are
other.
they telling you? What are those? What?
They just keep saying why, but why? But why? It's like, because they are parallel to the plane of the horizon, makes all of them parallel to each other. I mean,
Yeah, this is crying to God.
Yeah.
Why he established things like that? Some people don't like.
no, I
God.
mean, yeah, it's too much, isn't it?
Yes,
We're sorry,
this is-
Blue, but I mean, like, I didn't do this. I didn't write the dictionaries. It was already there. I didn't do the logic. And I definitely didn't do any of the geometry, right? It's all there. We just access it all, put it together, and state facts that follow from each other. Bring up an argument or something. Just try anything rather than just saying, nuh-uh. Because that's what it all seems like to me. Blue Marble's going, no, you can't have a horizontal. Well, you can have a horizontal, but now you can't have a horizontal because now you want the horizontal and you can't have it.
What are they telling you?
That
What are
all
they
points of an
representing?
equal elevation lie
Equal
along
elevation,
that
exactly.
horizontal
And
plane.
elevation is a
We've got 23 people watching, Blue Marble says. Thank you very much for still watching. Loyal fans, thank you very much. Please continue to watch if you can bear it. I know it's Blue Marble Science, and we're doing our best. You know, he sounds a bit slow. Sorry about that.
a curve.
No, it's a
Elevation
horizontal
is not
plane.
straight. No,
It's
it is
not.
not.
In
It
elevation
absolutely
profiles, it
is
is.
not. And you made a picture at Blackpool.
In
that proves
elevation
it.
profiles, all of the horizontals are an equal elevation.
In
There's
space,
no curve
Bev,
there.
in space, Bev,
No, we're talking about in
elevation
reality,
is
Blue, with the
curved.
elevation
In reality-
profiles. In reality. Yes.
in reality, elevations are curved.
No. In reality,
Sea level
elevation
is a
profiles
curve
are
with
on
a
a
radius
horizontal.
of 3959.
No.
In
Every
reality, that's what it is.
in reality. So here's another one.
Yes, he said.
Just so you make sure, right? And I'll say it again, every elevation profile you have ever seen or ever likely to see will have a horizontal baseline in which all of the horizontals are parallel and all of the verticals are perpendicular to those horizontals. The measured elevation change that you are looking at on an elevation profile will be on the vertical that is perpendicular to the horizontals as the baseline.
Yes, and by the way, he said before that these profiles are not reality, but now he's saying that in reality they are curved. So this is fun. Yes,
It's
fun.
contradictory. This is how we prove the dogmatic globe. I'll be putting this one out at the weekend, I think. See if anybody wants to listen. Every elevation profile is shown as a horizontal
That's because
baseline.
you're only showing the change in
it.
elevation reference to a curved baseline.
No, it's horizontal.
On the chart, it is. Not in reality, it is not.
So everybody, if you're aware now, what Blue Marble has just stated is that every elevation profile that's ever been made was there to trick you. Blue Marble says they're wrong. Like, in reality, they're different than what the elevations profiles show in reality, right? In every architectural thing, they're all wrong according to Blue Marble science. I mean,
Deceptful.
it's a brilliant. Yeah, they are being deceitful. Yes, it could be a massive conspiracy that
Yes,
we're
among this
uncovering here, right?
architects, surveyors,
Engineers.
everyone.
Yeah.
Yes. Great conspiracy.
I don't think the builders are in on it though, right? Because like people like Spot On, the guys that actually build to the plans, they definitely aren't aware of this. It's definitely higher up in the ranks because the normal working people don't know about this, even to the fact, right? The dictionaries haven't been told about it either. So this is privileged information coming from Blue Marble. Either that, or Blue Marble's a fucking mental old boomer that hasn't got a clue what he's talking about, and he's just really triggered about facts in reality. What, one or the other? Make your choice up. I don't know. Biggest conspiracy ever, or just Blue Marble, random boomer, nutsacked himself? You know there's a difference between a straight line and a curved line.
Of course there is, Bev.
Okay. And
no idiot draws curved lines on an elevation profile for any reason.
What? Right? No idiot draws curved lines on an elevation profile. Unless they happen to curve, right? Elevations go up and down, and you might have to draw a curve on an elevation profile.
So we have three different statements. First, that profiles are not reality, and then that in reality they are not straight. So, and now
no idiot would ever put it curved.
Yeah. So flip, and flip.
Yeah.
3 flips here.
Yeah, he's not well, is he? You can't tell whether he's coming or going. Poor fella. What about a plan? Because that's on a horizontal as well, isn't it?
A plan.
Yeah, a plan. Have you seen engineering drawings, right?
You know what a plan view is, Bev? You're looking down on it. Plan view is
2D,
looking down.
yes, it's 2D.
You're talking about a plan view. How do you draw elevations on a plan view, Bev?
Well, it's horizontal plan, and the elevation profile is the side elevation of that plan. They're related to each other. There's no fucking curve.
Yes, there is.
No,
Bill.
there is not.
It absolutely is.
No, look, he's seeing curves in plans and stuff. I don't know. He's saying that no idiot would do it. There isn't one there, but then there is one there.
It has to be.
Yeah. It has to be there, but without actually being there. It's a really weird state to be in. And like, I don't advise you talking to a Blue Marble scientist, especially if they've got Blue Marble in their name, because they're highly likely to be triggered by architectural drawings and plans and straight lines, perpendiculars, anything related to Euclid. It's not safe really to talk to them because you've seen what happens. Blue Marble's going to come out fighting with this, but he's got nothing to fight about. He's got nothing to fight for. It's just a delusion that he's got. He can't deal with reality. That's what it is, I think.
And everybody knows that.
Buster's just
Every
done
engineer knows
Can you
that.
see
Every
Buster's
architect knows
thing
that.
that Buster
Every
put up?
cartographer knows that.
Can you see the thing that
These-
Buster put up?
These are all well-known facts.
Can you see the thing that Buster put up? It's like a plan. It is a
I
plot.
don't know. Where is it?
Looks
It's
like
another-
somebody's
it's
had a
another
go at
boomer
dig,
thing.
game of dig dug.
He has a problem.
But that's a plan
looking at the live streams.
for a mine.
Is it on? Is it on your live or what?
It's in the live stream, in the live chat. Buster just posted it. That's world famous Buster.
I don't see it. Where is it?
It's a plan.
Oh, live chat. Wait a second. Maybe I'm
Yeah.
on the wrong. Okay.
It's nice. It's a rather big chart. I bet the
Yeah,
surveyors
you're
are
talking
happy
about-
with that.
Yeah, you're talking about an elevation profile.
No,
Taking on
that's
that
not.
aspect.
That's not an elevation profile. That's plan.
Where? Oh wait, that's Terry. Let's see. Where is? Oh, there's Buster's. Okay, let me have a look. Yeah, that's a plan view. I
Yeah.
guess.
Now that's on a 2D plane, isn't it?
That's
Has
a
to
plan
be.
view.
Yes. 2D.
It's an
There's
orthographic plan.
there's no
projection.
curve there, is there?
Bev, it's an orthographic plan projection. Where would there be any curve there?
Okay. Right, so there is no curve to this one. Why would there be any curve there? Says Blue.
Yeah, but this plane is horizontal,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
it has to be.
Yeah, he knows that. So in that plan view, there is no curve. Now, if we look at the side view of that, a section,
That's called an
through
elevation.
it would be an elevation profile, yes.
Yeah,
Now,
it's
that
called an elevation
baseline for
drawing.
that elevation profile would coincide with this two-dimensional horizontal and show the elevation change reference to the horizontal, the two-dimensional plane established with this.
This doesn't establish. This is a plan view, Bev,
Yes.
not an elevation drawing.
No, I know. But this plan view is perpendicular to the elevation. In plan.
An elevation drawing, yes, you can have lots of elevation drawings, and
Yeah,
yes,
it would be perpendicular.
they're orthographic projections, and they're 90 usually
Yes.
at right angles to each other.
That's why all of the elevation profiles would change according to the horizontal. So all of the points on the
You're
horizontal
mixing two
plane.
things up that you're mixing up two things, Bev.
I'm not mixing anything up.
Yes, you are.
It's just very
You're talking
simple.
about
But
a-
I'm trying to keep
Talking
it
about
as
a set
simple
of
as possible.
engineering drawings, I can pull a bunch of them, and in fact, you can pull out. You can get.
Have you got any that
profiles.
show a curved baseline on an elevation profile, or do they all?
No.
They will all have
No.
a horizontal baseline.
No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no.
Right, so there's no elevation profiles that show a curved horizontal. None.
But he said so.
But he's
this is
drawn some himself.
fourth flip.
Yeah.
Because he said before that this is not reality, but in reality they are curving. And then he said that they are not telling truth, and now he's saying again that they are curving. I'm lost here. Too many flips from Blue Marble Science for me.
Yeah, he's gone round that many times. It gets a little bit tricky to know where he is, right? in the chat. I don't know whether you guys can see that in the chat. That's a horizontal change in elevation. It's a curved horizontal. He's just said that he doesn't know of any elevation profiles with a curved horizontal or a curved baseline. Well, that's an elevation profile of a horizontal that is curved. We had a guy come round here today, confirmed it. So, I mean, whether he's lying or whether it's, you know, the way it is, I'll just pop it on there so you guys can see.
Okay, I have to go to bed.
Okay,
Good night.
okay.
Thank you.
Right. There's a curved horizontal that Blue's just said. I'll put it back on the thing now. He said there's none of that. Go back a little bit.
But horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved.
What?
There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev.
No, it's horizontal, Blue.
No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no curve to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved.
See, Blue Marble thinks in reality, elevations, the ones that are marked by a horizontal straight line, he thinks they're curved. I think Blue Marble thinks horizontals are curved. Really. I think that's what he's after. But I'd say no, I can't go along with curved horizontals, Blue. It's very hard to tell what Blue's doing because I think he's a little bit, you know, I think we call it a nut sacking, but I mean, it might be dementia. I mean, we don't really know. Hard to tell. But
over the length of a
horizontal.
building, over the length of a building, you'd need an electron microscope to see it.
Okay, so the plans for an elevation, you would need an electron microscope to be able to see the curve of a horizontal on an elevation profile. Blue Marble 2023. Well, was it 2023? May have been. No, I think it was last year, wasn't it? Before Christmas. 2022. QE versus Witsit. Oh, come on. They're putting on a show for you guys. Get real. Crazy. What about canals?
Same thing with them, for the most part.
But they have horizontals, right?
Even if you go 300 miles with one, the radius of curvature is enormous. Now we can do it today.
Horizontal.
We can do it today with
there's no
AutoCAD,
radius of curvature of a horizontal.
CAD drawings. You can do it that way. But back in the day, those drawings you guys, especially Mike Jones, keeps putting up, back in the day when they were drawing that stuff on a board with pen and ink, you know how big a compass you would have to actually draw the curvature? Nobody could have done it.
There's no curvature in a horizontal, Blue.
Hell yeah, there is.
Sorry?
Horizontally, on that elevation profile.
Do you want to hear that again? Somebody's going to have to take over paper here. Did you hear that? I'll do it myself. Fucking hell. What? No way, Blue. Say that again.
Nobody could have done it.
There's no curvature in a horizontal, Blue.
Hell yeah, there is.
Oh, yeah, there is. Say that again, Blue. Go on.
Have done it.
There's no curvature in a horizontal, Blue.
Hell yeah, there is.
Hell yeah, there is. Anyone else? Do you want to go? Yeah. No, there's no curve in a horizontal. Horizontal's a straight line. Blue Marble. Hell yeah, there is. You're not right, Blue. I mean, not sacking or what? You're losing your mind. Bending straight lines. It's never good for you. You should never dogmatic globe this. It goes too far, Blue. You've gone too far into it. Like deep in the rabbit hole. Sorry?
Horizontally, on that elevation profile, horizontally is an arc.
Horizontally is an arc. Let's double down on it. Literally, double down on the bendy horizontal. Bendy horizontal for the win. It's made it back again. Crazy. But hey, we'll just go with it. We'll go with it. No, horizontal is a straight line, Blue.
But I'm talking about directions on a piece of paper, Bev, not reality.
Horizontal's a straight line on a piece of paper and in reality. Not right. I know. Shock. Who'd have thunk it? Wow. Go again. No, a horizontal on a piece of paper is a straight line. A horizontal in reality is a straight line. Everybody knows that. I mean, the geometric understanding of what a horizontal is comes from it being straight line, plane.
Nobody in their right mind would go to the trouble of trying to draw the arc, even over a distance of 300 miles. Nobody in their right mind would try to draw that arc. You know how slight that is?
There is no arc to a horizontal.
Yes,
Blue.
there is. It's not horizontal, Bev. It's level.
It's no arc to a horizontal. Yes, there is. It's not horizontal now, though. But don't worry. It's all right. I don't know how long these episodes last. You'll be all right in a minute, I think.
Those are elevations.
There's no arc to a level.
And it is
level
absolutely
is horizontal.
An arc. We're just bickering back and forth, Beb.
I know, yeah. I think
That's all.
It's pretty obvious
bickering.
that you're stuck in your way. Somebody's told you that horizontal has some sort of an arc.
I didn't have any preconceived notions when I looked at it. I looked at the data, the actual
just a straight line as far as I know.
And it's quite clear that it's curved. It is quite clear from your very picture that level deviates from horizontal. Your auto level showed you that.
Blue Marble. Here we go. Here's another one, right? He's flipped off from doing elevation profiles. He's just said that horizontal's curve, which is rather fucking ridiculous. I think he's realised he's made a massive mistake. He may not see it. So now he's gone to say that an auto level, the one that establishes a horizontal, shows that horizontal deviates from level, even though it's the level that's the tool that establishes the horizontal. He thinks you can get that tool to show you where the level deviates from horizontal. And he thinks he's seen this in a picture he's got from the internet. Blue Marble geodetic surveying techniques, obviously. But yeah, he thinks a picture from an auto level, putting a camera on the back of an auto level, he thinks that picture shows that level deviates from horizontal. Strange thing to say, but I mean, this is Blue Marble science. Literally Blue Marble science saying it. I don't know whether it's science. I don't think it's proper science. Not even like it's just Blue Marble science saying some stupid shit.
You just are denying it.
You can't have a measured drop, Blue. You can't have water level dropping. You can't have level dropping whilst being a tool that establishes a horizontal.
Level departs from horizontal, Bev. But your auto level showed it.
The auto level shows level deviating from horizontal. An absolutely ridiculous statement. Only ever made by Blue Marble science surveyors. Nobody else would ever make that claim. Nobody else would ever have a reason to make that claim. An auto level, Blue, is a tool for establishing horizontal planes.
That's right. And a beach is a reality establishing level.
A beach is a reality establishing level, says Blue Marble Science. Stupid shit, Blue Marble scientists say. A beach. Again, I'll do this again.
Reality establishing level.
What?
The water's right there. You've got an ocean right
the
next
beach
to you.
doesn't establish level. That's
that
ridiculous.
water next to it
Who's told
does.
you that?
That water next to it does, Biff.
The true horizon.
You telling me that the water is dropping away?
The true horizon is definitely horizontal, right?
Biff. I do thank you though for making that picture. That was brilliant because it clearly shows. It clearly shows how level
that somebody's lying about being able to measure 1 arc second over that distance, because it clearly shows you can't see that. That's what it clearly shows. And the reason we went out there for that was for that purpose. It clearly shows
Blackpool Tower is 95 feet lower than your damn theodolite or your auto level. That's what it shows.
Does anyone know what lower is? Anyone? Literally lower. Lower means under, drop. Blackpool Tower is lower than the auto level, and the auto level is a tool that measures elevation changes. So lower must mean a change in elevation, right? It's 95 feet lower. Lower. Hear him say it again. Just so you're sure.
Tower is 95 feet lower than your damn theodolite or your auto level.
What was that, Blue? How far? And the reason we went out there for that was for that purpose. It clearly shows
Blackpool Tower is 95 feet lower than your damn theodolite.
95 feet lower. Right? Everyone knows what lower means? Like lower. Underneath, right? Below. Lower. 95 feet lower. Elevation profiles.
It clearly shows Blackpool Tower is 95 feet lower than your damn theodolite or your auto level. That's what it shows.
It shows. Blue Marble says it shows a 95-foot elevation change. But I bet he doesn't think it's an elevation change, or his friends don't think it's an elevation change. At least not like LIGO as an elevation change. Maybe different than LIGO.
You can't deny that.
Yeah, I will. I'll deny that. I say that's fucking ridiculous, Blue. Yeah, I'll do it again, Blue. Yes. I can definitely deny Blackpool Tower being 95 feet below the beach at Southport. Absolutely, categorically denying it right now. For saying that, Blue, you are stupid. Because it doesn't. Even you know it doesn't. So, I don't know why you said it. Blackpool Tower isn't lower than the auto level. Like, however you came to that
elevation-wise, it's not,
just
but
false.
It is lower than the horizontal plane that the auto level is establishing, and it's clear as day. And if you're going to deny that, then that's the end of this. We need to just stop at this point.
Yep. Yeah, I like the idea of the debates as well, Gods. But we all know that these guys won't debate. There is no such thing as a debate in this arena. Nobody's got any arguments. They're never going to make any. And the only reason that people do actually debate in this arena is because they want to push the bullshit. This is what happens when you give arguments to blue marble scientists, and you can guarantee that Whitsitt's not going to be presenting any actual arguments. They're just not done. You don't get entered into a debate if you have arguments, and logical arguments at that too. So anything that goes on in this arena, it's all for show. Even the fact that nobody comes watching us, that's for show as well. It's for show because they don't want anybody learning any arguments, because these guys can't rebut them. They don't want you in the arena. That's why we're got such slow numbers. Well, probably that, and all of the slander that everybody does towards us, that probably puts a lot of people off. I know when Nathan Oakley did his thing about unsubbing from us and all of that, but I mean, nobody really wants all of the Nathan Oakley flat earth guys, really. But Nathan didn't do us any favours when he said that. And now, look at the struggles he's having with his angle. He's still can't do fuck all with an angle, or can do fuck all with an angle. He knows that. All of the blue marbles know that they can do fuck all with angles because they're still coming up with this bullshit. Drop dead. It's gone. It's a really shit argument. They can't have it. But still, they love it. I think that would be a good idea for us to stop at this point. Unless you have any super chat questions or anything from your guys watching. You know, like, have you got any questions from how well do you think you did?
Hmm? How well do I think I did with what? What do you mean?
Right, so this is us going over the debate. I asked Blue Marble how well he thinks he did, and to give us a recap. This is fantastic. This is Blue Marble's inflated ego of himself. Check this out. Presenting your case of level is...
I think I destroyed you is what I think.
Right, okay.
I think.
Can you remind us, you just want to recap?
I think you showed up empty-handed is what I think.
Do you want to give a quick recap then of what your arguments were and how you think you did presenting them?
What my arguments were?
Yeah, go on. What were your statements?
Well, we could go back through a lot of stuff, but basically it boils down to this. You maintain that all horizontals are parallel.
Well, no, Blue, please. You asked me to debate about the topics. Level is ... and all horizontals are ... What were your arguments? State your arguments first, and then say about how you want to have a go at my arguments. But what were yours, and how well did you do presenting yours?
My arguments are all horizontals are not parallel. My argument is that...
See, did you hear that? This is Blue Marble, and if anybody's listening and it makes any sense out of any arguments, listen to this, please, and listen to the way he forms this.
My arguments are all horizontals are not parallel.
Blue's got an argument that states all horizontals are not parallel. So in order to refute that, anyone give us an idea what you need? No. You just need a horizontal that's parallel to another horizontal. Just one. And then you'd refute Blue's statement. It's only a simple thing. Like, probably nobody can ever do it. Don't worry about it. Why would anybody be cared? Why would anyone bother?
my argument is that verticals are not parallel, therefore horizontals cannot be parallel. Then I showed
There you go.
tests conducted in Hagerstown, Maryland, plus a bunch of other tests done by NOAA that show the diverging verticals.
He's got some friends. He's called Larry. Jesse Kozlowski isn't around anymore. He fucked off. And there's another guy called Jeff that did a load of lying. We've already proved him wrong. But hey, that's Blue Marble's got Larry, Jeff, and Jesse. And he's got nothing else. That's all Blue Marble's got. But he's willing to say he's got an argument that no, horizontals are parallel, even though horizontals are definitely parallel. So that's how strong Blue Marble's argument is. But I mean, it's not really an argument. Nobody needs arguments in this arena. It's just, you know, like old guys. I mean, Blue Marble, you know, you've got to give him his thing. He's called Blue Marble and he has to say stupid shit. He gets paid to say stupid shit. In fact, the arena that he's in, everybody says stupid shit. Hey, that's the entertainment business for people saying stupid shit. It's entertaining for people
because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable.
He's measured angles, right? Or not Blue. Blue hasn't measured angles. Somebody's measured an angle. As we say, and everybody knows, you can do fuck all with an angle. But Blue Marble's got mates that measure angles. And, I mean, they tell him some stupid shit and he repeats it in debate. It's all right. Nobody bothers.
It's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel.
Well,
we moved on from that to level is not horizontal. Larry Scott made 23 different measurements to that one antenna at distances ranging from just a mile or two out to 27 miles. If you do not account for the curvature of the earth, you get 23 different elevations for that tower.
So basically, Blue Marble, right, has a mate called Larry, and he's took 23 different angles, right? And if you don't account for curvature, they're all over the place, right? Basically, Larry's just a guy who measures angles to, towers. Single angles, right? We say you can do fuck all with an angle. Well, Larry, when he doesn't account for curvature, he's shit. It's like he's the rubbish. But once he does this post thing afterwards and accounts for curvature, he puts them all on a straight line. And it's brilliant. It's really clever, right? There's only Larry, Jesse, and Jeff. These three guys that can do this fucking Blue Marble geodetic surveying thing. Blue knows all of them, except two of them, Jeff and Jesse Kozlowski, have done a Jesse Kozlowski and they're fucked off. And the only person that's left is Larry Scott. But even Larry Scott's had to change his name. But he's not even going by the name Larry Scott. So it's like all three of them have just disappeared. And Blue Marble's been left holding this T-shirt. Going, like, what the fuck am I doing? I've got a hump here, but it's not a hump. And Blackpool Tower's 90 feet below. Lower. I don't know. It's really... Is anybody really bothered about it? Probably not.
When you include refraction and earth curvature, you get exactly the elevation of that tower. Then I showed your stuff at Blackpool. Again, that's not quantitative, that's qualitative, but it's really good because there's a huge difference. You've got an auto level sitting there just a few feet off above sea level. Don't know how many, but that on Google Earth that says that beach is at sea level. Yet your auto level is hitting a point on Blackpool Tower about 95 feet above sea level.
Above sea level. That's good, isn't it? Right? He's got lower and above. So
That's
both of them.
my arguments.
We're informed in arguments. Thank you very much. How well do you think you did presenting them?
I think it was a slam dunk.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think you did?
Well, like I say, I was just here to present some arguments and try and make the arguments as simple as possible, so people can understand the simplicity within an argument and how to break things down to the advanced simplicity, make them as simple, as fundamental as possible. Go back to first principles. I think the actual arguments that I gave were a lot more well-rounded as arguments. They were better constructed than your it's not. Mine were like positive arguments. And I don't think you refuted them, actually, because your argument that the horizon claims that there's only one. Well, everybody uses the horizon all the time. You even use it yourself. So you can't really get around with that. And the fact that both level and horizontal depict an equal elevation goes to show that they are actually the same thing. In the most fundamental axiom within Euclidean geometry and the transitive law of equality, right? It's a basic thing, and even you agree that, you know, level is an equal elevation and horizontal is an equal elevation.
No, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree that a horizontal has an equal elevation?
No, it doesn't.
See, there you go. He starts again. Now, Blue Marble doesn't agree, because this is the first time we go back to that first one, the principle of transitive law. We went over it last night. Betty's not commented on it, so I presume that's a rock-solid argument if Betty hasn't tried to rebut it. And obviously we went in this. Both level and horizontal are perpendicular to plumb. And they are both an equal elevation. Let's see how Blue goes about this.
I showed that. You showed that.
Well, a horizontal to me definitely has an equal elevation. There's no slope, there's no tilt, and all, I state, are still all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be vertical.
You brought no evidence for any of that, Bev. Not a bit. Nothing.
Okay. Well, that's something we can get into. Evidence for vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. We can get on it. Evidence for a horizontal plane to be established in reality. We can ask people. Anybody can ask anybody if that's possible. We also can go over the implications of the drop and the hump, which we didn't go into today because
there is no
I'm trying to. Yeah, but I know it can be another debate, right? Rumpus is going to have a do with that, and other people obviously have a do with that. We know that there is no hump, and we know that because all horizontals are parallel to each other. We know that,
and we never said there was a hump either. You guys have just made that up.
We
don't call it a hump. Nobody does that.
Yeah, he doesn't call it a hump, and we definitely didn't make that up. That's a dogmatic globe thing, not made up by us. There's a difference between the double drop and the hump. Obviously, has to be. the humps in the middle. That's what Wallace did. Wallace measured the hump. It's in all of the drawings, right? I don't know what Blue has to do. He has to deny the hump when it's definitely a hump. Dilithium causes all sorts of things, but you do think there's a drop.
Yes.
Yes. But you do have a sagittar. Also, you seem to forget about Rakir's Bridge.
If you draw a chord line, you can have a sagittar.
So that's a hump. So he does have a sagittar, and a sagittar is definitely a hump because it raises up in the middle. But he says he doesn't have that.
Oh my God.
He's lost. Oh my God. It's a hump.
No, Bill.
A vertical change.
Not the way you guys try to present it. It is not a hump.
It's a vertical change.
Measured. It is not. Just a moment. Level is level. If you're at sea level, if you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal. It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball.
Water levels. So here we go. It's falling away from you in every direction. That means if you turn around, it's falling away from you also, which means you would measure an angle, both sides being more than 90, which means your straight line that you just gave for your proposition 29 would not work by the very words that you've just said. It's only logic, though. Who cares? Don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No. We know how water flows.
Horizontal, sure they do. And Rakir's Bridge proved it. 90 feet.
At 90 feet is a vertical measurement. And a 90-foot vertical measurement is a 90-foot hump that he says isn't there. So it's a measured 90 foot, not hump. Crazy. That's what you have to believe it to be in this arena. Listen to old dudes saying stupid shit.
You stand in the center of that bridge. Either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet.
So you're standing on the top of a fucking hump. Standing on the hump.
There's no hump.
But you just said that you're standing on the top of it and both ends are dropping away. But it's not a hump. What's wrong with these people?
Can you hear me, Beth?
Something wrong with people. Yeah, is that you, Rob?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I think the more and more we listen to Blue Marble, the dumber he gets.
It's always sounded stupid to me, this whole thing. But for when Blue says you stood in the middle and you look that way, it drops, and you look that way, it drops, then you're stood on the top of a hump. But Blue Marble doesn't call it a hump. So how stupid do you want to be? They just take what is obviously true and then say, no, not that. Which, that's the state that we're in. That's the arena that we're in. People like Blue say, no, and then tell you you're wrong. Slander the shit out of you. Tell people not to bother coming round. Other people don't want that. They don't want you telling them and letting everybody know that they're talking shit. Because this arena is full of it. Falling away at either side. Of course you're on the hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the
Stick
side of a
straight
ball.
Stick a straight
Go
edge
on.
on the.
Can you do that?
Stick,
If anybody get a
stick
video
a straight,
of that?
stick a straight
do
edge
us a
any
video
place
of
you
it.
want to on a ball, Bev, and the ball is only the straight edge is only touching the ball at one point.
Let's can you stand on the side of a ball for us?
I can stand on the side of a real big one, yeah.
Blue Marble can stand on the side of a ball. A ball? A ball. Everybody knows what a ball is?
Hang on, Bev. Hang on. You just proved my point. The longer we listen to him, the more dumb he gets. He keeps saying more and more dumb shit.
Standing on the side of a ball. That's impressive, though, that, right? I mean, I don't know what other people are doing in this arena, but I would love to see Blue Marble Science standing on the side of a ball. I think we should get that. That's the sort of shit that you want to see, isn't it? Blue Marble standing on the side of a ball. You'd only need to do, well, I don't know. Maybe you could get him to start at the top, right? And then walk to the side. And just stand there for a bit. You know, maybe. I don't know, what could he do? I can't be expecting him to do a dance or anything like that. But I mean, like, he could smoke a pipe, smoke a Marlboro or something like that. Chill out at the bar, have a pint on the side of a ball. Definitely love to see that. Can you?
I'm doing it right now.
Doing it now. Like, we didn't get to see it. Sorry. Can we put the camera on? Let's have a look at that.
Standing on the earth, Bev. That's a really big ball.
You're standing up, though, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're not on the side of a ball, are you?
Yeah. Depending on what you want to call the side, but...
He thinks it's a side. He thinks it's a side of a ball. But do you know what they do about balls? You know what Blue Marble scientists think about balls? Side of a ball. He thinks he's sitting on the side of a ball. And here we go. Come on, Blue. You imagine you're standing on the side of a ball.
Any point you want to pick, you can call the top, the side, the bottom, anything you want to call it.
Get a ball, right? And anywhere, any part that you want to call it, you can call it whatever you want. Doesn't really matter to Blue.
It's all the same.
It's all the same. Nice. So can you imagine your vertical being at an angle?
My vertical is not at an angle. My vertical is straight down to the center of the earth. Straight down. Straight down. Vertical always is like that.
Vertical is always like that, isn't it? With the tilt. Everybody knows that, right? Everybody think about a vertical now. It's always straight down, isn't it? Tilt.
Only with respect to another vertical.
You want to hear that again? You imagine you're standing on the side of a ball.
Any point you want to pick, you can call the top, the side, the bottom, anything you want to call it. It's all the same.
Nice. So can you imagine your vertical being at an angle?
My vertical is not at an angle. My vertical is straight down to the center of the earth.
Straight down. Always straight down.
Straight down.
Straight down.
Vertical always is like that.
Always straight down. With the tilt.
Only with respect to another vertical.
Okay, so you get that? Verticals only tilt with respect to another vertical, right? So in order to get a vertical to tilt, what you do is you get another vertical, right? And then you can be absolutely certain that one of your verticals is tilting in respect to the other one. Right? How do you make a vertical tilt? You get another vertical. That's a globe fact, that, apparently. It sounds like a joke, doesn't it? But it's not. Verticals tilt with respect to another vertical.
Straight down. Vertical always is like that.
It's always like that. With the tilt.
Only with respect to another vertical.
The only tilt with respect to another vertical. Two verticals.
So
tilt.
the only way you can know a tilt of a vertical is when you reference it to another vertical.
Yes, there you go.
There you go.
That's how you can measure it.
That's how you measure it, right? What you need to do, you get another vertical. Yeah. Well done, Paige. Obviously, right? But that one's your vertical like a testicle, right? One of them, they both can't be vertical, right? If one of them's tilted. So you bring in your vertical with it like a testicle. Put it next to it. And then you can go, look, it's tilting. One in each hand. If you've got two plumb bobs, one in each hand, I don't know whether which one would be tilting. That'd be really confusing, that, wouldn't it? I don't know. It gets confusing as fuck.
It's the only way you can see it.
It's the only way you can see it. It's the only way you can see it. There you go. There we go.
So the only way you can know a tilt of a vertical is when you reference it to another vertical.
Yes, there you go. That's how you can measure it. That's the only way you can see it.
The only way you can see it. Does that work? It's the only way you can see it. Just get another vertical. You can see vertical tilt. You get another vertical. Two verticals and you can see the vertical tilt. I could play that again. This is one of the ones that I am going to clip. Because, I mean, why not? I mean, listen to it.
So the only way you can know a tilt of a vertical is when you reference it to another vertical.
Yes, there you go.
There you go.
That's how you can measure it. That's the only way you can see it.
Does that work the same for horizontals too?
Well, let's think about that, Bev. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals, what do you think?
Equipotential angle of adjustment for the win.
I have no idea
already
what
been
that
there.
word salad is. I have
know.
no
You've
idea
not
what
thought
that
about
word
this
salad's
enough.
all about.
The equipotential
No
angle of
idea.
adjustment.
Well, that you guys are good at making up bullshit, so whatever.
Either way, I'm going to explain to him now. If anybody doesn't understand what the equipotential angle of adjustment is, let's see how well I do in explaining the equipotential angle of adjustment to blue marble science. Well, that was George, actually. God bless
Really?
his soul. Yeah. George helped us, yes. It's part of RBD face. You've already shit all over that, so I won't worry about that. We can actually have a debate about that some other point in time as well, if you'd like to. It's gone quite well, I think. This has been good, quite cordial as well. Do you like the...
I think George might have been having a little fun. Kind of dropped.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Are you back now, though? You said something about George.
I said George was having a little fun with you guys, I think. Sounds like it.
With the equipotential angle of adjustment? Or with the RBD face?
Yeah, it sounds like he was trying to match you one for bullshit.
Oh, it's a Donegal measurement. a measurement between a horizontal and a horizontal? Like
I
you
have
said,
no idea.
could be measured. You did just say it could be measured. So that's the angle that could be measured,
I
the
could measure.
equipotential angle of adjustment.
I have no idea what that is, Bev. It's just word salad.
George told us the equipotential, right, is the horizontal, isn't it?
No.
Well, that's what George said. The equipotential is the horizontal that's achieved by the perpendicular to the vertical. Then, as you move,
Horizontal is
that
achieved by the
moves
perpendicular to a vertical.
and causes an angular change, like you said. When you reference one to the other, there is an angular change. There's a tilt that occurs. The equipotential angle of adjustment is the angle that is adjusted because of that tilt.
What is adjusted? What
The
do you mean
angle.
adjusted?
The angle.
It's just word salad, Bev.
Well, your proof.
Not making any sense.
Your proof is a difference between one to another. The tilt of a vertical is the same as the slope of a horizontal. The angle adjustment from one to the other, because of the distance travelled according to your model, like George said, that angle we call the equipotential angle of adjustment. It's the angle between a vertical and a vertical, or the angle between a horizontal and a horizontal. Providing, of course, you extend the horizontal past the point that you can't have a horizontal plane geometrically. You have to be able to do that. Otherwise, you'll never get them to intersect to be able to form an angle on your model.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if you measure a
Yeah. So we just agree with me, right? That is the equipotential angle of adjustment. I hope people are getting that. It's a real thing. It's a necessity, particularly on the dogmatic globe. It's a must situation. And it's the angle measured between a horizontal at one location and a horizontal at another location. Simply. Equipotential angle of adjustment. Blue Marble Science calls it plumb line tilt. That sounds fucking ridiculous. So equipotential angle of adjustment sounds at least half. It just doesn't sound as bad as plumb line tilt. Anyone would think you're a flat earther if you say plumb line tilt. It sounds fucking ridiculous. You can't get away with that. New modern science. Never have that.
Divergence.
Ooh, we got a new guy in the chat. There's no flat earthers here, mate. Don't worry about that.
In the verticals. In other words, the verticals are not parallel. Then the horizontals can't be parallel either, can they?
Well, if it's my model dictates, then yeah, you're forced into that. I mean, I know as tough as it is, you are put in that position by your model. The model dictates what you have to do. It's unfortunate that you have a model in the first place.
Well, I would say you've got one too, and mine makes sense and yours doesn't.
Euclid makes perfect sense. It's one of the best things. A lesson. This is an advanced simplicity lesson from Euclid of how to break things down to the most simple you can. And the elements is a perfect example of that simplicity.
Why don't you take what you've learned through your studies of Euclid and apply it in reality like I did?
I do, yeah. That's where logic is, Blue. That's where logic comes from. Reality.
You need to go ahead and make some measurements to prove any of it. You've got nothing. You've got a pure geometric argument, that's all.
Pure geometric argument, that's all we've got. Just so happens that that's where your proofs come from, geometric arguments. Wow. And we've got a guy in the chat. Can you please, if there's any flat earthers here, just leave them alone. If you've got a dogmatic globe, it doesn't matter. Talk nicely to people. If you've got the real globe, then fair enough. Try and talk nicely to it. If there are any flat earthers, then talk nicely to them. I take it you're a dogmatic globe believer? Trusted installer? It's pretty to make your text look pretty with globers in your chat. Globers are auto banned on site. No.
Nobody's auto banned on site.
I know.
And I'm not talking mean to any globers.
Well, I'm obviously a real globe. I have a real globe trusted installer. So I can't see why anybody would be banning anybody for that. Don't worry about it. You watch you do it all day long. I think that's a lie. Wow. I say, I'm a real globe. I have a real globe trusted. Don't start saying all sorts of that stupid shit. Has anybody been in the chat in banning people? Because I don't think that's fair. And I haven't noticed anybody banning anyone. So I think there's a guy that's come in that's a little bit triggered. I think I might have timed Rumpus out. But I mean, that's Rumpus because he was insulting everyone. It was really nasty, actually. So, trusted installer, if you can stop bad-mouthing the dogmatic globe believers, please. If you want to come in, click on the VC. Click on the Discord. Come on in. Have a chat. We're not scared or whatever. Nobody's going to get banned. Click on the Discord link. Come on in and have a chat. You can, if you think you've come in the wrong chat or whatever, then you might have been mistaken. Come and let us know. We'll let you know that nobody's banned. You can come in to the Discord anytime you want. Yeah, I think that's pretty good, isn't it?
And that absolutely does not show up, does not prove anything.
Well, like I say, everybody knows vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. And everybody knows that horizontal is a line or plane and vertical is a line or plane.
Everybody knows that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. And now everybody knows that verticals are not parallel. That means horizontals are not parallel.
So Blue Marbles just stated there that everybody knows perpendicular, like the grid system that you know about in school from the X and the Y, like you've seen on whiteboards.
Just keep saying it and it might be true. Just keep saying it and one day it might be true.
Yeah, well, Blue Marble is just stated there, right? Everybody knows that the X and the Y are perpendicular, right? And he's also said that everybody now knows that the X's are not parallel and all of the Y's are also not parallel. But, I mean, they do look like that they're parallel, right? And I bet you thought that they were. But Blue Marble's saying that they're actually not. Now, this may seem like common term of gaslighting, like extreme gaslighting, because something that you know is geometrically provable. This guy called Blue Marble Science is literally telling you it's not like that. It's like sort of saying 1 + 1 is 2, and then having a guy called Blue Marble Science say it's not. It's not 2. and you keep saying, yeah, they are. You know, all of the horizontals are parallel. All of the X's, they are parallel. And Blue's saying, no, they're not. We've proved that they're not. And you go, but they are perpendicular, right? Oh, yes, they're definitely perpendicular. But they're not parallel. No, not parallel. That's blue marble science. Gaslighting for the dogmatic globe model. I'm here. I'm trusted installer. I'm me. I know all about the real globe, and I know all about the dogmatic globe. And I also know it's not flat. In fact, I can prove it's not flat. I can prove the real globe, and I think I can prove the dogmatic globe as well. I can do all of it. So if you want to come and have a chat, click on the Discord link. Come on in. I'm your man. I've been researching. So come on in. You do know about the grid system of the XY.
That's what we know. Yeah, I know all about it, yeah.
Well, that's how perpendiculars
we know about that.
Go with each other. That's geometrically, anyway.
Well, I know how grid systems work and what they're used for.
And that's perpendiculars.
On a grid system, yeah.
Yeah, that's how perpendiculars work. Not only in a grid system, because perpendiculars form the grid system. So he does know. He knows that the perpendiculars make the grid, and that they are, you know, all of the X's are parallel. And he knows that is made because of the grid system of the perpendiculars. So he knows it, right? He knows it.
Of course.
Of course, see? You can't have perpendiculars having not forming a grid system. Nobody said it doesn't.
No.
Nobody said it doesn't. Apart from Blue Marble a few seconds ago said that they weren't. But everybody knows that, right? You'd be stupid to say that they're not parallel within that grid system. But
what you can have in reality is no two verticals ever parallel with each other. And that's the case.
And that's the case, see? Like, you can relate them to the X and the Y and know that the grid system's perpendicular and, you know, the parallels. But when you relate that to reality with the straight lines, then it's different. It's the same, but different. Like a plumb bob and a bubble being the same. Well,
yeah, because somewhere back there he was talking about Euclid and applying it to reality.
Mm-hmm.
And then he doesn't want that grid system in reality.
Seems a little bit tricky, doesn't it?
Right?
Somebody moaning about crying, about being a troll. Just stop moaning about shit that hasn't happened, because you're likely to get fucking kicked for that. But I mean, that's a nice one. Don't moan about it. Just talk about what you're talking about. Well,
that's what the measurements are about. And they're in all kinds of different directions. I hope you noticed that too.
All kinds of different perpendiculars don't work like that.
Not drawn on a piece of paper, they don't.
They don't anywhere. The
I showed you
perpendicular
reality
relationship is that grid formation, squares.
All right, well,
yeah.
You've seen reality. You've seen why you're wrong. You're just saying nuh-uh at this point.
See, that's a good reply, Blue. He said that perpendiculars, you know, geometrically on paper, don't work the same in reality. There's a difference between geometric perpendicularity and the horizontal and vertical perpendicularity in reality. Blue marble science. This is how blue marble science works. It's the same, right? The perpendicularity and the straight lines, they're the same, but in reality, it's different. Obviously.
So with that, thanks for hosting this, Bev. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Tell your friends.
And,
Anybody else want to come and try this?
I'm going to hop over to my Discord at this point and then spend a little time talking to the folks in my YouTube.
Okay, okay.
And maybe we'll do it again one day.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope we don't. I need to do this. I hope we can progress into more finer arguments to get narrowed in on the points a bit more. I know that's where we're going to be going from now on.
Well, if you're not going to accept any measurements or any observations, then I don't know that there's much point in doing a whole lot more talking.
Well, I guess if we were talking about measurements, we would be talking about. Yeah. He's hope he's going. You think he's gonna bother coming?
No, he'll be back.
Yeah.
I
don't know whether there's much point in talking. I don't think so. I think he's gonna do a Jesse Kozlowski.
Yeah, no, I think we need to find maybe just a new topic for Try Thinking.
Well, we know a new.
I like it.
We need a new people to talk to. That's the thing.
Understood. I might start trying to recruit some people because we got to get out of here and bring them in. They ain't gonna just show up here. They ain't gonna just show up here.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I do need to go out on a road trip, right? I need to go out and find, because we do need to get away from, whatever this is. They're crazy people. They're madness.
Yeah.
There's, there are normal people out there that aren't model afflicted. Like real globers.
You'd be surprised.
I know there's a lot of real globers out there like me, though, right? The real globe.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't use the word globe, but sure.
Well, it fits in. I can blend in like a chameleon, right?
Yeah, I just like reality.
Yeah, real. Yeah,
real. Oh, I don't need a globe. I just got real.
Yeah. Trusted installer, yes. I am the real glober. That's me. Bev, try thinking. I also know the dogmatic globe inside and out geometrically. And I can definitely prove that it's not flat. Like I always have. I've never been a flat earther. You probably know that.
Doesn't like it, but...
Yeah. Don't go flat, trusted installer. It's hard to get out of, right? It's once you start, it's like a drug. You don't really want to go flat to start off with. Just stay on the real globe. Definitely don't go dogmatic globe, because that's madness.
Definitely not.
Insanity, that.
I think that should be tonight's song is You're All Insane.
I will. I'll do it. I'm gonna start doing a few more. Like I say, I'm gonna tart up. I'm trying my best to tart up True Level Bitch as a a nicer tune, because I want to take Ranty out of it. He doesn't deserve to be in there. He's gone, honey. Fucked off.
Yeah, we don't need to promote him.
I don't need Ruhif in there either.
Although
there we go.
Flanty Rat Earth. Sorry, Flanty Rat Earth is still my favorite shit.
That needs a bit of music. It is lacking a bit of a tune. That I might help you out there with a bit of a Buster song in the background, make it a little bit more appealing. Thanks to Brad, the science guy in the Discord. If you guys are listening, seeing in the Discord, he's just posted the vertical like a testicle picture. Oh, he always does that every now and again. Always brings back memories. Right, there's only a few minutes left on this. Horizontal measurements or vertical measurements. Other than that, I'm not so sure. But I don't think you have a horizontal. Which is awkward. You've give up the horizontal line
Nobody gave up a horizontal line. We know exactly what a horizontal is, Bev. I mean,
he turned it into a point, didn't he? Like, you can't just go round turning horizontals into points and then saying that you haven't given up the horizontal line, because it's at a point, that of which has no parts.
Yeah, they want to turn the horizontal line into a point and then still call it horizontal.
Yeah, and then say, like, you're straw manning them when you say you haven't got a horizontal. No. The top class arguments from this dogmatic globe.
showed it to us. You made a picture of it, a video of it.
No, you said
right
a horizontal line can't have a perpendicular being vertical at either end of it. Can you remember that time where I went to Southport Beach to show you that the main surveyor was a lying shit and that he couldn't measure angles like he wrote down in his book that he had? And he's kidded like loads of them. Told loads of people. Find me one glober who agrees what you say. I mean, all of the globers have to agree the equipotential angle of adjustment is the angle between a horizontal and a horizontal. The rumpus pole is the unit of measurement between separation of horizontal and level. And that is going to be done and sighted by us on the level. We put cameras on. We're going to do a reciprocal rumpus pole sighting to prove that rumpus pole is the measurement of the separation of level and horizontal. Who disagrees with me? That's the dogmatic globe, right? Any real globers? I think real globers will definitely agree with me that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Because that actually happens in reality. Anyone would have to agree with me on that. So, I mean, you find somebody who disagrees with me on both of those points. And if you can't do that, you can't have the shortest distance being a horizontal.
No, not on a spherical Earth. You cannot have that. You're right.
That's exactly what I said. You're confined to your model, but unfortunately, in reality, horizontals exist. There is a shortest distance from point A to point B. That will be a horizontal. It would be.
Point B is a straight line.
No,
in any direction.
Buster's plans.
Vertical, horizontal,
always
or
horizontal. Any distance on a plan drawing will be a horizontal distance. That's why elevation profiles have a horizontal baseline, Lou.
They have a horizontal baseline because they're a graph, basically, Bev, representing elevations.
Yeah, perpendicular relationship. That's what graphs are.
Representing elevations.
Perpendicular relationship between the horizontal and the vertical.
No. They're not representing that. That's not what they're intended for. They're only there to show you elevation versus distance.
Yes, a horizontal distance
on the x-axis
and then a vertical elevation change.
Distance on the x-axis, elevation on the y-axis. That's all.
Yeah, one of them being horizontal and the other one being vertical.
No, that's not what it says. That's not what
an elevation profile is. Yes, Blue.
No, Bill.
Yes. Horizontal
that is not a representation of the shape of anything.
It's a representation of the elevation of the land.
It is a representation of the change in elevation over distance.
Yeah, that distance being a horizontal distance and the change in elevation being a vertical.
Across an arc, that being a distance across an arc, over an arc.
No,
sea level is an arc. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical.
Yeah, I was just
oh my God.
Go on, sorry.
I forgot it was a video and you beat me to say it's a vertical.
That's on the video as well. Yeah, it's somebody's in the chat saying anybody that disagree. Like, do you disagree with me? You don't speak for the Globers. What do you mean? The equipotential angle of adjustment is the adjustment of the angle of a equipotential surface in one place and the equipotential surface in another place. Two horizontals intersect. The part that they intersect, the angle, is the equipotential angle of adjustment, fuck's sake. Just because you don't understand your own model, I take it you are a dogmatic globe believer, right? So come on in and have a chat about your geometry. Or lack of it, right? Or maybe it's your lack of knowledge. Maybe you could come in and learn something about how all of this stuff works. I bet you've never studied Euclid or done any of that sort of stuff. So you come in, you'll find out a bit. You'll learn something, I'm telling you. There's no need to be hostile either, because we are, you know, we're all living in reality on the reality globe, right? All of us together, even the flat earthers, they all live in reality with us. Come on, the reality globe.
Mean sea level. Oh God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere.
Like, that is the clip that everybody, get your thingy out, right? Get ready to press record, because this is the thing, right? If you wanted to know what mean sea level is, let me check. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God.
Oh
mean
my
sea
God.
level.
Here we go, right? So this is it. Oh my God. You can almost imagine him being really dramatic. Hand on the back of the hand on the forehead. Blue marble side. Oh my God. Listen. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Oh God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere.
Right? You get that? Oh my God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere. Oh my God. I'm having this. This is perhaps going to be one of the Discord clips. If it's 5 seconds, we're having it. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Mean sea level. Oh God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere.
Mean sea level.
Yeah, you might have to chop it up a little,
That's
but you can
good,
probably
that.
squeeze it around.
It's good, that, isn't it? So if you ever wanted to know what mean sea level is on the dogmatic globe, it's established at a point, and it goes everywhere. Like, that's squared. Everywhere squared. Everywhere. Do you want to hear it again? Let's do this again. Oh my God. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Mean sea level. Oh God.
Oh,
Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere.
Everywhere.
That is the geoid, Bev.
Geoid. No, it's literally just a point. A datum point.
No, it's
just
literally
a point.
the geoid, Bev. That's the definition of the geoid.
It goes there. It's a point.
They're all points of equal elevation. That's what it is. Anyway,
equal.
I'm going to go.
All right, it's going to go. Thank you very much.
Yep. See you later.
See you later.
So,
see you later. Okay, so that's the end of that. Everywhere. Back into
we all know you're insane.
I think Trusted Installer said something to me. I need to pick that up. Everybody else is talking to him.
Well, I got time. I just wanted to make sure you remembered.
Right, like this is trusted installer says. So you mean to say that you're a glober, but you're confronting a person who is a lot more educated than you on the subject? I'm not too sure, trusted installer. Think you may find that I have a much higher qualification on you in dogmatic globe. Specifically, geometry of the dogmatic globe. That's my specialist subject. You can't say that you're more educated than me on that subject. I'm the most experienced dogmatic globe geometer there is. Since George left us, I think you'll find I'm your man. I'm the guy that's going to prove the dogmatic globe with the reciprocal rumpus pole experiment, sighting experiment. Asking for 10 years? Has somebody been asking questions for 10 years? Do you know him? Gord's, do you know him? He appears that he knows you. He's known you for 10 years. Who else have you known for 10 years? Maybe Flat Earth Math, he's been around for a while. Rob, you've been around for 10 years, haven't you?
Yeah, but I'm the only trusted installer that I trust.
What do you mean think? We know. It's his globe. Fuck's sake. Trusted installer. Everybody knows Tis Globe. Ask everyone. Everyone in the chat knows Tis Globe. We don't need to think it. We know it. Tis Globe. It's a big song around here. What was that?
Only get pushback from me, probably.
Yeah, but still, Rob, you still know Tis Globe, right? Actually, Rob, have you ever Googled Tis Globe?
No, should I?
Yeah. Yeah. Tis
mess up my algorithm.
Globe.
I will. Just not right now. I'm just finishing up a radio and waiting for my Buster song.
Trusted installer says, try thinking. Wow, you pretend like you started streaming yesterday. I wonder who has put you in your place so I can shake his hand. Yeah, it's blue marble science. You know, we've been righted by blue marble science. Rumpus, actually, he's helped us out a lot with his rumpus pole. And if you didn't know, I think we've been out and doing this sort of stuff ever, really. We've been proving the dogmatic globe for quite a while. It's just people never really listened to us. They never really understood what we were talking about. And they kept calling us flat earthers for some reason. And we said, even when we said to the flat earthers, like, no, there's a dogmatic globe out there. I mean, like, we definitely live in reality. And we have a real globe. But, hey, there is a dogmatic globe. We understand that. And they're normally the ones that get most upset. $2013. Yeah, 10 years. I suppose, like, once you've been in it for that long, I don't know, how long have you been in it, Gords? Who else has been in it for that sort of time? It does something to you, doesn't it?
I think I'm pushing 8.
Yeah.
Maybe 7.
It does something to you, though, right?
Oh, it's made my life fantastic.
What about
believe all the blessings I got?
how many people are there around that were around when you came into
Oh
it,
shit!
Rob?
I only see a few now, but
Yeah, where have they all gone?
I don't go anywhere. That's the thing. But the thing is, like, what a stat that I picked up yesterday was, David Weiss's app. Well, he 3 months ago he had 30,000 people. 3 months ago, yesterday 90,000 that pay for his app.
Right.
That's tripled. That's tripled.
There's a guy here, right? And I'm gonna put this in the chat so people can see this. Anyone, just let me know if this sounds like something anyone has ever heard me say at all. This is Trusted Installer, who's just obviously come in, and what he says is try thinking you banned me last time saying word for word, get out, you stupid glober. Earth is flat. Like that's a banning
I bet
sort
you
of thing.
$1,000 that's a lie.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever banned. I mean, like, who would I have banned? I timed Rumpus out earlier, and I've never used those words other than to read out that comment that Trusted Installers just wrote. Trusted Installers, a 19-year-old girl. So, I mean, hey, I've never said that, and that's obviously dishonest of you, whoever you are. You're that dishonest. You go in the Zanuck box, right? Nothing can be trusted. Find a glober who isn't banned here. Me. There's loads of people. Look, yeah, Blue Marble Science, obviously. Rumpus isn't. Here's another one. Wally. There's another one. Paige. See, like, there's quite a few. Name some globers that don't want to come over here because they get. I mean, the dogmatic globes, obviously. Don't want to like say about it, but it seems like you definitely have a team there, Trusted. Dogmatic globe team, always the most fervent. Wow. Anyway, I think it's about time we ended this. We've probably got some other stuff to go to. Definitely been more fun. Come round this weekend.
I got a long day at work ahead of me.
Yeah. Okay. Insane.
Please.
We all know. Well, I've only got one. We all know you're insane.
And then I guess I will see you on Monday. I might pop in on the weekend.
Okie dokie. Yeah, it
Another
will be good
great
this
show.
weekend.
Thanks, guys.
UFC night. Late on tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been fun. I've been talking more than I would like to. Next time, maybe, hopefully, we can get somebody else in to have a bit of a chat. Here we go. Join us over the weekend. I think I'll be putting that Blue Marble debate out, the one with that I make a couple of arguments, simple arguments. You may be able to want to try them yourself. But be careful who you use these arguments on. Dogmatic globe believers are, I don't know, they have violent reactions against it sometimes. So be careful who you're talking to. Be careful who you say these geometric facts to, because these dogmatic globe believers, they're out there and they're not happy. But I can help. I can help them find a proof of their dogmatic globe. Join us on Monday, maybe at the weekend.
I'm fucking pissed. I mean, there isn't a fucking scale on this goddamn planet that can measure how fucking pissed I am right the fuck now. Hey, so yeah. I can't get any of these cowardly fucks to debate me unless someone can give me a good fucking reason to keep doing this. I'm fucking giving it up. I got better things to do with my time. Nobody ever cites my work. My Angles to Polaris video. Nobody ever cites that. It's not the best one in the world, but it's fucking something, with a physical model. And it gets a lot of compliments. So I know it's not complete shit. Nobody ever plays my videos on their live streams. Or even little bits of it. When was the last time anybody shared any of my videos? My most popular video is the Angles to Polaris video. And it has less than 1,000 fucking views and it's 2 years old. And I've got a shit community fucking not doing anything to fucking keep me doing it. Like I said, unless someone can give me a good fucking reason why I should keep streaming, I'm done. So, thanks for the fish. I'm so pissed off right now. I've got a shit community. Made me look like a fucking asshole. Motherfucker! Fucking asshole! Motherfucker! I'm so pissed off right now.
Your world is full of illusions, contradiction between fact and fiction.
Fucking talking shit!
You'll never back your claims.
Like a little cowardly bitch. Fucking talking shit!
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
Motherfucker!
Unstoppable force on a movable feet.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am!
Straight lines converge in the distance.
Fucking asshole!
Why do I get so much resistance? I know.
Fucking talking
You'll
shit!
never prove me wrong.
Right the fuck now! God damn it! Motherfucker!
Now we get our physics deniers, pathologic compulsive lies. I know. You'll never prove me wrong.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am!
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking asshole! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit!
We all know you're insane.
God damn it! I can't get one of these pussies after fucking talking shit to this motherfucker. I fucking still like him, but he fucking pissed me off. Motherfucker! God damn, he owes me a fucking apology.
Talk about your 2D surface. We all know you ain't got no purpose in life. We think that you live on board.
I get fucking emasculated.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking talking shit! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit!
We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez. And I'm pretty fucking pissed off. That's all I've got to say about it. Motherfucker! Made me look like a fucking asshole!